morning, everyone. I'm Professor Sue Onslow, the outgoing director of the Institute of Commonwealth Studies here at the School of Advanced Study. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to this conference, Soft Power in the Contemporary Commonwealth, Approaches, Opportunities and Challenges. Thank you very much indeed for your patience while we try to sort out some computer glitches. Inevitably, we meet these, but we're delighted to welcome you to this online event and to have three excellent speakers in our first panel, Soft Power Revisited, Actors, Norms and Institutions. We're moving straight into the first panel so we don't lose any time. Just as one housekeeping point, because we are hoping that we may have as many as 70 people joining this conference, I'm requesting that people type their questions into the Q&A chat rather than raising your hand, because it's very difficult as a chair to try to catch everyone raising their hand when if I were to have 76 screens in my small laptop. I'd also want to thank you for considering joining the separate lecture that we have scheduled at lunchtime, which will be hybrid, which is going to be given by Justice Michael Kirby, the former member of the High Court of Australia. There is still time to register for that event, which will be live streamed if you haven't already done so. The link is still going to be live and you can do that if you wish. So without more ado, I'd like to welcome our expert panelists, Professor Pamela Martino from Università degli Studi di Bari Aldo Moro, then Professor Philip Murphy, the Director of History and Policy at the Institute of Historical Research, will make his presentation. And thirdly, Dr. Paul Flather, Fellow at St. Antony's, Oxford, will make his presentation. I'm inviting the speakers to make their initial remarks in 15 to 20 minutes, that all will make their presentations first, and then we will move to the Q&A. So thank you very much indeed. And Pamela, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sue. First of all, I am honored to have been invited to take part in this conference, and I'm grateful to Sue and Melanie for asking me. Then my argument, the rule of law and the Commonwealth soft power. The principles that the Commonwealth aims to cultivate derive from values that still form a core part of the UK's identity. But there are three reasons why the organization complements British and British soft power today. First, because it operates at the level of people below the radar of institutional contacts. Second, the modern Commonwealth, embracing some of the fastest growing economies in the world, is no longer so Anglo-centric and is a very competitive organization to the UK. In third, the UK's greatest soft power strengths remain in culture and education. The Royal Committee Society said that the fact that the UK's core values are contained within the Commonwealth Charter is not so much a reflection of the UK's influence over the Commonwealth, but more a reflection of the complex interdependence that has historically existed between these 54 states. The UK's values have indeed shaped the understandings at the core of the institution, but they have equally been shaped by them. The Commonwealth functions so as a space of dialogue where each state's voice has the same weight. For instance, it allows countries to disagree publicly, as seen recently with Canada's decision not to attend the Commonwealth heads of government meeting in Sri Lanka because of the Sri Lankan government's actions during the civil war. So it is important to understand if the UK's soft power integrates and develops the Commonwealth soft power. It depends on the UK's relations with other states within the Commonwealth and on the Commonwealth's approach to the UK. This issue is well explained when looking at the important role of the judicial capacity to promote the rule of law, showing the judges' independence from other powers and their capacity to support a growing economy and attract international investments by promoting the rule of law. So what are the strengths of the British judiciary today in promoting the soft power of the Commonwealth and those of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council? So I start with the first profile, the strengths of the British judiciary in promoting the soft power of the Commonwealth. The next conference of the Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Association will be held in Cardiff in September 2023. The event program includes the participation of judges from many countries around the world, discussing issues of mutual interest and sharing best practices. In particular, British judges promote the rule of law and encourage international respect for British institutions and the rule of law. They promote English law internationally and their jurisdiction as a venue for international dispute resolution. This is a part of soft power, which is difficult to define and rank, yet attempts are made. For example, the Soft Power 30 report, last issued in 2019, placed the United Kingdom second only to France. An event like this meeting offers a good opportunity to consolidate good relations, especially given that the rule of law underpins all economic and social activity in the UK, and both the law of this jurisdiction and the common law bring substantial economic benefits. There is a growing momentum of discussion surrounding these issues. For example, Lord Hodge, the Deputy President of the UK Supreme Court, in October 2022, gave a speech in London entitled The Rule of Law, the Courts, and the British Economy. He said that the preeminence of English law is partly the result of British economic history and the way in which the common law has developed, and the continued collaboration between the judiciary, the legal professions, the business community, government and parliament in adapting the law to social and economic changes that should continue to play a vital role in preserving this country's reputation as a rule of law nation and as a place where international business can be transacted and where legal disputes can be resolved. The judiciary has been supportive of Commons and have sought to develop legal rules that reflect the changing realities of commercial practices, in emphasizing the link between the rule of law and economic development. So we could say that the law supports the creation of economic value. The City of London has played an important role in the development of the rule of law, particularly in the field of commerce. Indeed, the commercial law is the result of incorporation into the common law by judges of commercial practices. Today, English law and English courts are regarded as a system that commercial parties can trust. They offer certainty and predictability. Furthermore, the UK judiciary is of the highest quality and integrity and is independent. It seems independent of government influence. As the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales said this year, our courts remain efficient despite the challenges they face and are universally regarded as reliable and fair. A visible feature of the strength of our legal system is that international litigants often choose the UK as a place to settle their disputes. Our international reputation and our international engagement are founded on a recognition that despite the manifest problems we face, our courts and tribunals still operate effectively in support of the rule of law, he said. Furthermore, a significant consequence of the UK Constitutional Reform Act 2005 has been the rise of judicial diplomacy in the UK. Bilateral meetings between UK and European supranational judges are a key part of this activity. They look to improve the quality of the decision-making at home and at the supranational level by discussing recent case law developments, exchanging views on the application of legal principles, but also maintaining good interinstitutional relations with the supranational judges and maximizing their influence at the supranational level. It is so quite clear that British judicial diplomacy has an indirect effect on the Commonwealth. On the one hand, it helps to the dissemination of the founding values of the Commonwealth, which rest in the British constitutional tradition. And on the other hand, it sets itself a national goal that goes beyond the interests of the Commonwealth. So the second aspect, the role of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. In this case, we have a direct role, not an indirect role. Why? Considering the aforementioned link between the rule of law and economic international growth, the next question is, what is the role of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in strengthening the soft power of the Commonwealth? Some of the countries for which the Judicial Committee serves as the final court of appeal consider attracting foreign investment as a reason for retaining the Judicial Committee, because of the judges' impartiality and independence. Indeed, countries where local interests, especially the government, are seen to have a home advantage in their courts, don't secure inward investment. In October 2015, a series of articles appeared in a Jamaican newspaper with the title "The Privy Council versus Caribbean Court of Justice." But on the other side, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, but also Jamaica, insist on retaining the appellate jurisdiction of the Judicial Committee. Some possible reasons can be linked to geographical and political independence and the quality and experience of the Judicial Committee's judges, and the fact that it functions as an instrument of attracting foreign investment. Judges must be independent of political influence if the rule of law is to be upheld. Foreign investors must be guaranteed that whatever the outcome of the dispute may be, it is being decided by judges who do not have an interest in the outcome of the litigation, as they do not live in this jurisdiction. It is not that judges sitting in the Judicial Committee are intellectually superior to judges sitting in a national Supreme Court, but the sheer volume of cases dealt with by a Judicial Committee judges, the Judicial Committee judges living in a society of several millions of people is what gives them the edge. So, finally, it is not quite correct that the Judicial Committee has drawn on cases entirely from the UK when hearing, for example, Caribbean cases. Indeed, over the years, the board will draw on cases from across the wider Commonwealth, India, Australia, Canada. So it is the breadth of territories and cases covered by the Judicial Committee and the experience that their judges bring to bear that perhaps explains why Jamaica and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago continue to avail themselves of the appellate jurisdiction of the Judicial Committee of Privy Council. So the conclusion, the Commonwealth is seen by member states as a sort of path to broaden trade allies with the global south. The nations of the global south are heterogeneous. They are highly populated future economies, very poor nations. Several countries are small island nations. Current members of the Commonwealth from the global south have a diverse social and political approach to issues such as freedom of press or the death penalty. Perhaps the most significant cultural and historical tie still in existence between Commonwealth members is the monarchy. A small number of nations in the Commonwealth are actually Commonwealth realms. These Republican ambitions suggest an increasing desire from global South members to move beyond the British monarchy. Questions have been raised as to whether the Commonwealth itself could move beyond it. It seems at best an organization of members with little in common in the present day, and at worst, a colonially originated institution out of touch with its members and the modern world. Britain's desire to reach out to global South nation via an organization influenced by a shared colonial history, more significantly a history which these government and populations appear to disagree on, points to deeper issues in Britain's attitude towards these nations. If member attitudes are still so diverse, how effective can the Commonwealth be said to be an instrument of cultural influence? Undoubtedly, the judges of the Judicial Committee can continue to play an important role in this regard. It was born by serving to establish uniformity in the various jurisdictions and creating a common imperial law that needs to evolve in the context of political, social, and economic growth of those same jurisdictions. The doctrine of precedent has exalted the paradox of the common law, which on one hand might be considered as an immutable set of rules, while on the other hand, it has the capacity to evolve together with the social and economical context. The Privy Council, in fact, enhanced the tendency to exaltation of national specificities, recognizing the need to respect the diversity expressed by the judges of each country in their work of interpretation and implementation of the law. So it is possible to regard the Privy Council as an instrument that has contributed to the development of localized common law that is today articulated through national Supreme Courts, where appeal to the Privy Council has been abolished, but also where it has not. The Judicial Committee continues to preserve the shared legal traditions and enhancement of the local law. I think that this balance safeguards the soft power of the Commonwealth. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful, Pamela. Thank you so much indeed for adhering to the time limit and for that wide-ranging and making provocative points about the varying ways in which the rule of law contributes to soft power across the Commonwealth. I'm sure that there are going to be questions probing your interpretation on this. But thank you also for pointing out the significance of the tie of the monarchy and the Republican ambitions, because I think this moves us now to Professor Philip Murphy and his presentation. So thank you very much indeed, Pamela.
Well, thank you, Sue, and thank you, Pamela. And I'm going to talk about the monarchy, but first I want to say a few words about the problems around the Commonwealth and soft power in general. As Pamela pointed out, you know, on most indexes of soft power, the UK does pretty well. It's usually, you know, in the top 2 or 3. but I think there were real problems around bringing the idea of soft power to the Commonwealth, even though supporters of the Commonwealth in the UK in particular have cottoned on to Nye's idea of soft power. And you sort of slightly suspect that the British for decades didn't really know what to do with the Commonwealth or what it was for. And, you know, rather like Moliere's Monsieur Jourdain, who learned that he'd been speaking in prose all his life, it was this wonderful revelation. Oh, it's soft power. That's what we've been doing. But I think it's worth going back and looking at Nye's definition of soft power. I suppose it's got two essential attributes. Firstly, Nye says it's the ability to get what you want through attraction rather than coercion. And secondly, it arises from the attractiveness of a country's culture, political ideals, and policies. As Pamela says, you know, in broad terms, Britain does pretty well under the second one. So I suppose, you know, it's about persuading other countries to do what you want out of their own free will rather than forcing them to do it. I suppose in a more vulgar way, in the way that soft power is often used in the media, it often just simply refers to things that reflect well on a particular country. And, you know, I mean, if you ask me to name a sort of British soft power institution, I'd say the BBC World Service, because in a way it satisfies both of those criteria. I mean, it helps to establish norms around free and objective journalism, which I suppose are generally good for the world order in terms of the underscoring free and open democratic states. But it also reflects well on the UK government for supporting the World Service. I think it's more tricky when you apply this to the Commonwealth, partly because in the way that the Commonwealth has evolved over the years. I suppose in the first half of the 20th century, you could say it was a soft power organization in terms of, I suppose, underscoring and helping to provide a focus for a shared sense of Britishness and identification with Britain. That increasingly ceases to be the case from the middle of the 20th century. And you could say really certainly from the 60s to the 80s, it's an organization which is united and driven forward by a shared sense of purpose, not necessarily one that the British government always strongly shared, but really around breaking down white minority rule in Southern Africa. From the early 90s, you see it kind of an attempt to recreate it in I suppose, classic soft power terms with the Harare Declaration of 1991. So to try and have an organization which affirms certain shared values, and you know, going back to the Harare Declaration, those are free institutions, democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and don't forget free markets. This is a sort of the end of history moment, the defeat of communism. The free markets bit has tended to be slightly forgotten in subsequent reiterations, but I think it was rather important to the major government at the time. There were problems with this, of course, in terms of how the Commonwealth subsequently functioned. Firstly, history didn't end, surprisingly. History has moved on, and one has seen significant challenges to those supposedly universal default values through a kind of the authoritarian nationalism of China and arguably now India as well. The Telegraph recently spoke about the Commonwealth as Britain's secret weapon against China. Well, you know, Chinese influence is you know, may need a sort of slightly stronger secret weapon. But the bigger problem, of course, has been policing those values. And the problem really arises from the nature of the buy-in of member states. That it's been very tentative and conditional, really, on the Commonwealth not interfering in any way, obstructing national interests, either internationally or domestically. And so even with the creation of CMAG in 1995, it's been extremely difficult for the Commonwealth to effectively police those issues. And that leads to a real danger. If you ask me who has used Commonwealth soft power most effectively over the last 20 years, I'd say Mahinda Rajapaksa and Paul Kagame. That if you don't police those values, the way in which the Commonwealth be used soft power is for regimes with rather poor human rights and democracy records to wrap themselves in the Commonwealth flag, to make themselves seem better. And indeed, one is seen in this sort of perverse reversal of the intentions of the framers of the Harare Declaration. The government of Boris Johnson jumping in on that, effectively to say Rwanda is a safe place to deport people because it chose the Commonwealth. That's not really the sort of soft power that was sort of expected, I think, by the major government in the 1990s. And indeed, if you look at the expansion of the Commonwealth, which is often pointed to as an example of the Commonwealth still having legs, one could say that joining the Commonwealth on the poor part of Togo and Gabon was very much soft power on the part of those governments. Gabon, of course, described by the Human Rights Foundation as a sort of modern feudal state dominated by a single family for many decades. Again, soft power for those regimes in terms of persuading the world that they adhere to Commonwealth values, not necessarily soft power on the part of the Commonwealth itself. I think that, from a UK point of view, the biggest problem in terms of that sort of soft power and a values-based Commonwealth lies, of course, in the legacy of empire. The fact that, and that applies in a number of different ways. It means that regimes that are under scrutiny from the Commonwealth can turn around and accuse it of neo-colonialism, because it is, after all, this sort of shadow of the British Empire. And of course, that's what President Jammeh of Gambia did shortly before he was deposed, when he walked out of the Commonwealth. It leaves the Commonwealth open to that historical legacy, leaves it open to accusations of hypocrisy. Recent House of Commons briefing noted that 32 out of 56 Commonwealth states still criminalise same-sex relationships. And in many cases, that is the result of British colonial era laws. And it also suggests, because the Commonwealth is so poorly understood, to many people who only are vaguely aware of the Commonwealth, that the British is still rather obsessed by its empire, hasn't quite come to terms with the loss of empire, an impression compounded by Brexit. I think it also, for those looking in certainly on this week's Commonwealth celebrations, might suggest that Britain is still rather obsessed by monarchy. And certainly those of us in the Institute of Commonwealth Studies know that the press is usually only interested in Commonwealth stories if they can hang a story about the royals on it. Again, that's perhaps slightly problematic in terms of the sort of the overall soft power of the Commonwealth. So let's move on to the monarchy itself. And there are many ways you could sort of look at this in terms of the Commonwealth, but I want to present you with one big overarching problem, in that the whole system of or multiple systems in which the British royal family, the monarchy, connects to the Commonwealth, is so hugely complicated that almost nobody understands it. I used to say there were two people who understood it, really, the Queen and Toomey. And luckily, Anne Toomey is still with us, the Queen isn't. But increasingly, officials in the UK and the Commonwealth governments don't understand it because they don't have much institutional memory left. And certainly journalists don't. When Jeremy Vine's 5 Live program was trying to kind of gather up a debate about the future of the Commonwealth, on Twitter on Monday, it tweeted that many Commonwealth countries were quite considering their position in the Commonwealth. Of course, they're not. None of them are. Simply, some of them are considering becoming republics. But journalists and often the general public don't really understand the difference between the Commonwealth and the realms. And I think that has always been, or certainly in the last sort of 50, 60 years, been a huge problem for Britain. Really, kind of systems only work, global systems, if everyone understands the rules. And no one really understands the rules in terms of the monarchy and the Commonwealth. And at worst, the system of the realms can imply or be misrepresented as implying that the UK has some sort of residual neo-colonial claim over the realms. And you see this very strongly in the rhetoric in the Caribbean around republicanism. And those feelings emerged very clearly during Kate and William's visit to the Caribbean last year. Again, misunderstandings about the general rules of engagement. People, activists saying, why should they presume to come here, impose themselves upon us? Of course, they didn't. Somewhere along the line, there was an invitation. There would have had to have been an invitation by the realms themselves. But again, the rules of engagement weren't clear, and it left the royal couple slightly with egg on their face. As republicanism takes hold in the Caribbean, it's bound to be accompanied by the usual rhetoric about breaking the bonds of slavery, etc., which really isn't good for Britain's diplomatic relations with the Commonwealth. And that's the reason why, as I've said many times in the past, really, from the 1960s on, if the Foreign Office had been able to wave a magic wand, it would have turned pretty much all of the realms into republics overnight, simply because it simplifies relations. If the British king is meeting the Jamaican president, it's clear what the rules of transaction are. If the king of Jamaica in London is meeting the prime minister of Jamaica, it leads to all sorts of misunderstandings that can sour relations. And despite all of this, the British media in particular has tended to present the preservation of the realms as some kind of British soft power objective, which I really don't think it is. And to be fair, the palace have never had an inclination to fight a rearguard action, certainly since the death of George VI, to preserve the realms. It's always said quite rightly that this is a matter for the realms themselves and for them to decide. And it is, and there are perfectly good reasons why, for arguments for preserving the crown in the realms, as there are perfectly good reasons for republicanism, but it's essentially up to those countries themselves. And I really don't think it's in any sense a British soft power objective. On the headship, very briefly, I don't want to rehearse the long history here, just make a couple of brief points. Firstly, we're effectively back to the cliff edge situation we were faced before 2018, when Charles was confirmed as the next head of the Commonwealth. If he died tomorrow, the whole future of the headship would be up for grabs. William, I think, having been slightly bruised by his visit to the Caribbean last year, sort of suggested that he didn't assume that he would be the next head. And I think debates about the future of the headship are going to be more fraught than they were before 2018, which could be problematic for the Commonwealth, because I think to some extent that both the palace and the Secretariat see great value in a royal headship for reasons we can discuss. But I think the transition is going to be a tricky one for the Commonwealth and actually for the UK as well. Secondly, it's interesting to see the way in which Charles has embraced the Commonwealth so enthusiastically this week. Sue was at the reception of Buckingham Palace on Monday. So far as I'm aware, it's the first time that Commonwealth Day reception has been held in the palace. Usually it's Marlborough House. And that combined with Charles actually delivering the Commonwealth Day message in person from the pulpit of Westminster Abbey for the first time. His mother never did this. It's sort of Commonwealth Day message unplugged, if you like, suggests that he's really going out of his way to sort of embrace the organization and present himself as a head. And I just, a suspicion has begun to grow in my mind, and I share it with you, that this is more than just the fact that his mother was so closely identified with the Commonwealth that he has to go the extra mile. I wonder, when he came to the throne, it was with the British Prime Minister Liz Truss, who certainly didn't seem to share a lot of his core beliefs and values, particularly around the dangers of climate change. And I wonder whether this is a way of really saying to the world that he has other constituencies than the British government, that he has a responsibility to the governments of the realms. There was comment from Australia when he didn't go to the COP summit in Egypt that he was their king as well. And that he has a duty to remain true to the principles of the Commonwealth. The headship has always given the monarch potentially greater wriggle room than is normal in constitutional monarchies. The Queen, of course, never really used that, but one wonders whether Charles might, in a sense, in a very gentle sense, in the way that he positions himself. So finally, I mean, closing now, I think that the monarchy can be a soft power resource for the UK. But we're in a very different world to the one the Queen encountered when she circumnavigated the globe in 1953 following her coronation. And the visit of William Cape to the Caribbean last year shows how things have changed and how you can't simply assume, as I think the palace did, that everything will be all right on the night. So that is it from me, Sue.
Thank you very much indeed, Philip. Lots of questions in my notes that I'd love to take you up on, but I mustn't hog the Q&A. So thank you very much indeed. Now we move to Dr. Paul Flather.
Okay, so first of all, just a slight correction. I'm not a fellow of St. Anthony's. I'm a fellow of the Asian Studies Centre, which is a part of St. Anthony's. Next slide. What I want to remind us is that we're in a sort of permanent crisis here at the moment in the world. And we've been through a number of major shocks, which have rather thrown the set of norms and rules that have been established and have been guiding us since the 45 settlement, the post-war settlement. So the first big crisis was the globalization crisis. Next. We've got the Ukraine invasion. I think we've missed one, which is the COVID pandemic. Next, we had the Ukraine invasion. Next, we expected that the Russians expected it to be short and sharp. next, but of course it's turned into, thanks to the amazing bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers, it's turned into a major, almost a global impacting war next. And it's I'm going to argue, and most people argue, that it has changed the world next because of the weaponization of energy, which has created a huge degree of kind of inflation and made us reconsider many things. But it's interesting also because the Russians and the Ukrainians supplied 14% of total crude oil and a vast amount of our grain, also our fertilizers, supplying chips. We've now got Biden so worried about the Ukraine crisis that he's investing 55 billion in setting up new factories inside America to make chips. Next. So we've got this inflation rise, which we're familiar with, and it's created a crisis which makes it quite difficult for the Commonwealth, even if it wanted to, and even if it could, and it's got structural weaknesses, which we've discussed, thanks to Philip, and also thank you, Pamela. Next. So this old organization set up in 1946 is struggling. Next, and you could say that we've missed one. The Declaration of Rights is pretty frayed. So let's come to the Commonwealth next. This kind of family organization that was set up. This is a picture from 1950, and ask ourselves, you know, what it was hoping to do. And I think to some extent it was, in a sense, maintaining the trade and influence of Britain initially, and with hopes to extend and expand the kind of values. And what I want to do now in the next, the main part of the talk, is to look at three aspects. One is democratic values, and whether or not it succeeded in that way, and we've been discussing them. Secondly, to look a little bit at soft power, and we've talked about that. And finally, at the kind of what I feel is a kind of leadership crisis. Next. So if you think of the Commonwealth, its power and influence through the coming together of the various kind of leaderships. But for example, looking at major events that have been held recently, I mean, India is now the head of the G20, and it hosted in January a Global South conference of 120 countries. There was no Commonwealth presence there. Joe Biden has hosted a democracy summit last November, and there were 100 countries there, but there's no sense of a Commonwealth presence there. It is going to repeat that in April this year, but again, there's no kind of Commonwealth presence there. I didn't feel there was a Commonwealth presence at Davos. And if you look at how China has been exporting its soft power influence, its economic influence through its China Belt and Road Initiative in 50 countries, including reaching and affecting many key, many sort of Commonwealth countries, some of them vulnerable, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Kenya, Zambia, etc., all now facing quite bad debt crises. We, as a Commonwealth, are no match at all. Next slide. Philip has referred to this is the King at Buckingham Palace, making a special focus by hosting the reception there. And he talked about it being bold. And what I feel is that one hears constantly about great potential, but it's pretty difficult because the great potential, which he argues is in its diversity, is also, I would argue, its great weakness, because it's pretty tough to unite North and South. It's pretty tough to unite West and East. It's pretty tough to unite white and black. It's pretty tough to unite development and developing. Okay, next. So democratic values, we've got a charter which is 10 years old, which stands for many democratic, important democratic values. Next. But what we've got in this current global world is a crisis of democracy. And the material on democratic backsliding, I think, is well known to everybody. Next. So indexes like Freedom House show that, I mean, this is slightly an old slide, I couldn't find a new one, but 18 years of decline in terms of democracy. And we've now got 20% who live in broadly free countries, 38% who live in authoritarian rule, and 42% who live in various degrees of restrictive rule. Next. Again, this is just, there are various measures, but this is a measure of freedom and democracy in decline. Next. And we've got the rise of authoritarianism, which has been discussed. Next. So what I did was to try and look at the what's actually happening inside the Commonwealth, and it's pretty damn difficult to do that because there is no real significant data collection or data focus. And so what I've done is extracted the data for Commonwealth countries from Freedom House and tried to get some kind of picture. And this slide shows you that 33 of the 54, but 56 now, countries have gone down in terms of their democratic values in the last 5 years. Next. We've got here 14 countries that are up, and we've got 9, mostly the Caribbean countries, which have stayed the same. Now, next. So what I've tried to do for you is to produce this slide, which would show you the kind of movements and also measure the different levels of regime we've got. So in terms of successfully working democracies, we've got 6. In terms of deficient democracies, we've got 17. And you can see some of them are laggards going down on the right, and some of them have improved into these still deficient democracy. You've then got a number of hybrid countries, 13 hybrid countries, which are not at all scoring on all enough or sufficient democracy signals. And we've got some which are moderate autocracies. And as I would remark, and as Philip and others have remarked, you know, taking in Togo and Gabon, and without any kind of probationary period or acquis period that the European Union would have, where you'd have a kind of focus on encouraging and developing democracy behavior over 5 years to enter, which seems to me eminently sensible for any organization. Just taking them in willy-nilly is an extraordinarily damaging to the collective ethos and values of the organization. So we know that there are many aspects of democracy and democratic values, as outlined in the Charter, which are not functioning well. And we know from the interim reviews of the Charter that the success of it is thin. There is no serious structural or comparative analysis of this really, but we can conclude that without serious sanctions, we have some rewards, but without serious sanctions, apart from the nuclear option of expulsion, there is not a lot of pressure that we can bring to encourage democratic values. I have spent some time talking to people in the Secretariat about the election observation work, and it's pretty impressive, but it costs 300 to 500,000 a go. You need invitations. Many countries don't have mechanisms to implement change or reforms when things are pointed out that are wrong. And of course, in the heat of the moment, it's social media or it's legal interventions that count for more even though the Commonwealth is now producing these 48-hour reports. So the election observation work is important, but that's just one aspect of democratic values. Next. So we don't do anything at looking at corruption. Next. And we discussed at Cumberland Lodge the problems of press freedom. I mean, even in a country like India, which has got a proud record of press freedom, we know that Mr. Modi is exerting many curbs, even imprisoning outspoken critics, but really using accountancy, tax regulation, withdrawal of advertising, and you saw the spectacular attack on the BBC because it chose to criticize him. So my conclusion for this section is that we're not very good on the democratic values that we tend to be proud badge wearers of. Next. Now, we've discussed, both the previous speakers have discussed great aspects of soft power. So I'll go through this quite quickly. Obviously, we've had the hype. We had David Howell's very catching phrase about the world's best soft power network. And, you know, on paper and in theory, there's a lot to be said for that, to the idea of Joseph Nye's attractiveness. But there seemed to be an enormous disconnect between our goals and between our practices. Next. So I don't need to delay on this, but this is the table. I did a table of rankings of soft power, and you probably see that there's 4 or 5 Commonwealth countries that probably can count for influence. Next. So looking at 3 soft power measures, as Philip mentioned, Britain is pretty high. You've got Canada and Australia. Personally, I find these indexes quite difficult. I've listed the criteria below. I mean, soft power is quite a difficult thing to measure, and it's very difficult to be sure of impact and outcomes. Next. So Britain is the clear kind of leader in this, but its own government is pretty disappointed with its influence, and it may be, as Philip has pointed out, and I think it's quite an interesting point, that no one really understands the purpose of the Commonwealth, let alone, you know, how Britain should go about using its soft power to influence it. And probably without the monarchy and without the British Council, a lot of our soft power is not fully targeted at the Commonwealth anyway. But we do have major institutions: TV, BBC, diplomacy, Parliament, monarchy, which has been discussed, music, sport, culture, language, the law, which Pamela discussed, trust, football, TV. But alongside comes a lot of the baggage of empire, decolonization, race, reparations. And this is now affecting many, many institutions, including universities, including theatre productions, including museums. So it's a very complicated picture. If we look at Modi, next slide, please. He has been exercising also a lot of soft power, but very little indeed focused on the Commonwealth. And I mentioned his work as chairman as the G20. They've not really introduced any kind of focus on Commonwealth, which would have been a wonderful opportunity, and nor has the Commonwealth really demanded it. I mean, they can use Bollywood, they can use food, IT, yoga, cricket, crafts, Ayurvedic medicine, and so on and so forth. But it's really tried to maintain a sort of Nehruvian neutrality, although behind the scenes, like most countries, including Britain, most international relations is covered by kind of realism and self-interest. But let's test soft power in one aspect, and that is poverty. So going to the next slide, we know that poverty varies enormously across the globe and across the Commonwealth. Next. this is a standard picture showing the different kind of regions. I'm sorry I'm rushing the slides, but they're just to give you a sort of bit of background and avoid you staring at me. Next slide. So we know this remarkable figure about the number of rich people, and many countries inside the Commonwealth. We know that India has got the most billionaires of any country now, and we know that we've got inside the Commonwealth tax havens, and we've got developed nations where there are many kind of rich people. Next slide. So trying to get a picture of what's happening in the Commonwealth. Again, I did some digging. The data is not available, so enjoy this extraction, and you can see that actually I've got this slide slightly. Go to the next slide, please. So you can see that the number of people living under $3 a day with it, which is incredibly poor inside our countries, is enormous. Go back to the previous slide, please. And you get a total of more than 1 billion. So of the 2.6 billion, the figure that we often trumped around, more than 1 billion are living in abject poverty after some 70 years of the Commonwealth. That ain't a very pretty record. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So lastly, I want to look a little bit at leadership issues, if I've got the last few minutes, Sue. Next slide. Next slide. So we know that the world has entered an enormous period of nationalism, a sort of me first situation in all countries, and of course inside the Commonwealth too. Next slide. Well-known rise of nationalism inside Europe. Next slide. And a development of a sort of populism, what's been called strongman leadership, where people exploit social cleavages. There's kind of polarization of ethnicity and religion, and there's a misuse of constitutional electoral systems, and sometimes the executive is captured. And so this is happening globally. Let's look at the Commonwealth now. And it wasn't hard for me to come up with a list of strong men inside the Commonwealth guilty of all these kinds of infractions. And you know, we aren't able with sanctions to punish or cajole or encourage these people. There have been tall leaders inside the Commonwealth, and one would include the Queen, one could include Nehru, one might include Trudeau, and obviously Mandela once he was elected. But it is a pretty, it's pretty obvious that we're lacking leadership. And it seems to me that particularly for developing countries, leadership is a key aspect. And even when we had good leaders like Kenneth Kaunda, then they changed their image. Next slide. It's not been an easy ride for the Secretary Generals. They have a weak secretariat and very little funding to play with. I mean, compared to the European Union, which can give 60, 70 billion pounds of aid, we're giving, the Commonwealth itself is giving kind of millions only. So we have to think in terms of the money. There have been two important success stories. One Philip alluded to, which is the rallying of the countries in the fight against apartheid. And I think whipping up interest on behalf of the smaller states in the run-up to the successful Paris COP as well. But there are mistakes. I mean, surely under Sharma, we could have worked harder to get India more engaged. And I think I've referred to, I think, errors in admitting too many countries too easily without shared values. Next. Sometimes things are possible, like this AUKUS agreement. I know it's not a Commonwealth agreement, but it had a kind of Commonwealth flavor. So things are possible. So I better move to stick to my time. I'll move to conclusions. I'm going to feel that we aren't very successful, and we aren't successful because realism, and quite understandably, realism is still the key ingredient across the operation of Commonwealth countries. The Commonwealth seems to be very absent in big global moments and events, sometimes by choice, sometimes by necessity, sometimes by weakness. And it seems to be more internally focused than externally. And it seems to be hugely goal orientated, but without the mechanisms to achieve them. And I do feel, and I think my own kind of foray into this area shows to me that there is a reluctance, an understandable reluctance, you might say, to collect and monitor data which might allow us to go forward. But, you know, there is a democracy crisis, as this slide suggests, but equally, it's an opportunity. A crisis is an opportunity for change and for standing up. And I think the Commonwealth, if it joins some of the pro-democracy initiatives, joined the European Union in its democracy work, joined Joe Biden in his attempt to stand up to the rise of what he calls authoritarianism, there are opportunities. There's this very nice article by Steve Cutts recently in the Round Table, in which there was an exchange between him and former SG Sharma, which Sharma described the Commonwealth as a kind of fire service responding to blazes. And Steve Cutts seems to suggest that, well, actually, the Commonwealth doesn't have much water. And really what it should be doing is preventing fires. And I thought that was is a rather a telling and neat way to go forward. The last slide is really, you know, it's self-referential. I mean, sometimes you do get the wrong politicians, and some people say you get the politicians that you deserve. And really, we need to be selecting at all levels within the Commonwealth on the, you know, traditional checks of ability and merit, and we need to focus on manageable goals and mechanisms that can deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul, and thank you, Melanie. And Paul, thank you for your accumulation of data, because as you say, the Commonwealth is notoriously bad at actually having assessment data. The Institute of Commonwealth Studies does provide data on monitoring media freedom and its pressures across the Commonwealth, but I completely endorse your point about the Commonwealth being absent, because it's being repeatedly encouraged by UNESCO to join in UN agencies and activities around protection for journalists and to address questions of impunity for attacks against journalists. The Commonwealth has a 96% impunity rate when it comes to actually prosecuting those who've committed killings of journalists, which is a disgraceful statistic. So thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, if I could invite you to type your questions in the Q&A box, because we now have 38 people in the Zoom seminar, and I'm afraid I can't flip across all these screens. So here we are. Mark Robinson making the statement that the Commonwealth is usually at the bottom of the FCDO inbox. In other words, a very, I wonder if that's the case now. Probably since Ted Heath's premiership, and only goes up the ladder if there's a UK CHOGM. In Mark's view, the FCDO does not use its soft power influence to further Commonwealth diplomacy, especially in the important field of climate change. Is he being unfair to the FCDO? Well, the FCDO would undoubtedly think that you are, Mark. I'm sure the panelists can comment on that. But it does. But as the panelists have all highlighted, that the complexity of how we assess soft power in the Commonwealth, whether it's on an institutional basis, whether it's on a national basis, whether it's on a collective basis of the Commonwealth. And as all of the speakers have highlighted, the Commonwealth is less than the sum of its parts. And these are and it's a complex picture. I have a question, please, for Paul. You had a slide about working democracy, deficit democracy, hybrid regime. What were your criteria for those different categories?
I was piggybacking on Freedom House,
Okay.
and they do have these criteria established, and they have more than a dozen kind of tests and measures, and if you and they kind of ascribe certain kind of values
Okay.
to
No, thank
those
you.
things. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. While I wait for questions to pop up in the chat function, Philip, a question please to you. I wonder if you could elaborate on your view and your analysis of the ways in which the palace and number 10 see great value in keeping the monarch, and this question of monarchy and Commonwealth, especially in view, as you've indicated, that King Charles seems to be trying to use the Commonwealth space to articulate a more progressive voice in the interests of Commonwealth peoples as his wider constituents.
I think that it's clear that the royal family see the Commonwealth as something that makes them special amongst, you know, European royal families. It gives them a kind of a global reach, and it's, you know, it's a form in which, you know, again, if you wanted to make the case for that link, the fact that you have a number of active players who can be deployed to different parts of the world is, you know, is clearly a, you know, an asset. And I think from the point of view of the Secretariat, you know, if you wanted to be very cynical, you could say that really the fact that the media only regard the Commonwealth as newsworthy when it has a royal story means that it's very much in their interest to cleave quite closely to the palace. I mean, I think you've seen a very interesting relationship between Charles and the current Secretary General, because of course last year at the CHOGM in Rwanda, the British government was actively seeking to get rid of Patricia Scotland, and they made no secret about it, really. It was their main objective at the summit, and they failed. And I think that it was very noticeable to me that at the Accession Council, the choreography of that, Patricia Scotland was placed right at the front in the line of the former British prime ministers. And of course, she was there to represent the Commonwealth as a whole, because it had grown to such an extent since the last Accession Council. You couldn't fit everyone in the room there. But I still think that, you know, I saw some kind, you know, possibly the hand of the palace in that. And I think that Charles has made it very clear that, you know, she has his support, and he's you know, he signaled that in a number of different ways. And I think probably because, you know, he felt again temperamentally closer to, you know, the values she represented than probably the values of you know, Liz Truss or Boris Johnson. So you know, I think that there's that kind of relationship which is very strong. But I think William, you know, can see the way the wind is blowing, and is probably a bit more cautious about it. So that creates a kind of longer term dilemma, I think, for the Commonwealth, which has really got to be grasped fairly soon. Otherwise, it's going to be messy in the way that we always, before 2018, rather assumed the Queen's passing would be messy in terms of the future of the headship.
No, thank you very much indeed, Philip, for those reflections. Pamela, I have a question about the question of the value of the rule of law, and okay, the inheritance of, it could be said, British legal practice, the continuing linkages that there are, as you say, with the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council being the final court of appeal for still a surprising number of Commonwealth countries. With the expansion of the Commonwealth to now include Francophone countries, There are now, of course, 4 countries that do not traditionally have, their legal systems, which are rooted in UK constitutional law, common law. And of course, that's Mozambique, that's Rwanda, now Gabon and Togo. And Francophone, particularly legal practice, is dramatically different from British common law practice. So do you see, in fact, that there is this question of the rule of law being a soft power, if you like, engine for the Commonwealth, eroding with the widening of the Commonwealth? And also, I want to make reference to the Latimer House principles, which of course set out the importance of the independence of the 3 arms of government, the independence of the judiciary, that there should not be politicization of the judiciary, et cetera, and political interference. But in a considerable number of cases, of course, across the Commonwealth, these are very real issues. And while the Latimer House principles, of course, have a toolbox, as it were, to address what might be seen as deficient legal structures and independent institutions around law, that, to my knowledge, these have never been used. So the principles remain, the Latimer House principles, rather like the Commonwealth Charter, remain aspirational rather than the roadmap that they were intended to be. What do you feel about this?
Yes, I think that the judges of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, but also judges, national judges in the member states of the Commonwealth, have a problem, which is the compatibility between the economic interests and the guarantees of rights. Paul said that there is a democratic crisis. Some states, members of the Commonwealth, don't have the same guarantees of rights that in UK and other democratic states in the Europe. So the politicians in the Commonwealth and out of the Commonwealth have the need to make this compatibility, the aspiration to the guarantees of democratic rights, and on the other side, the need to make an economic, maintain an economic relations also with states which derive from a tradition of rights guarantees that is completely different respect of that of the democratic states. So this problem, for example, you can see this problem when you think to the question of immigration, for example, or climate change as in the charter, because these problems are transnational problems, and this aspect is a central question, central issues of the political agenda at the supranational level, national level, a Commonwealth level. So the politicians reserve to judges try to say to the judges to resolve the problem. Judicial Committee, National Supreme Courts are judges who are called to solve the problem of compatibility between the rights guarantees and the economic interests. So I think that this is, as you said, an aspiration. The only solution that the Privy Council, National Supreme Court have is to apply the law. The problem is the meaning of the law in the Commonwealth and in each national context. the judges have to apply the law and interpret law, considering the local context, but the judges to attract, as I said, to attract foreign investment must be independent, impartial, respect of the political context, and so this is an aspiration in the intention of politicians in the Commonwealth and in the European democracies, but it is not possible to involve judges in all the political issues that they can't resolve. So the compatibility is a compatibility that the judges can help to maintain between rights guarantees and economic interests. But it is the political level that had to solve the problem, like in context as the immigration problems and so on. Okay.
No, Pamela, thank you very much indeed. Another question from Professor Pedro Ares Oliveira. He puts the question of, as a Portuguese academic who doesn't follow British politics very closely, but he's inviting you, Philip, and Paul to comment how Brexit enthusiasts see the Commonwealth nowadays. After all, we are now, let's see, 7 years on from the referendum. And of course, there are indeed still Brexit enthusiasts. But how do they see it? And this question of using, you know, okay, the propaganda of Commonwealth in their own political agenda.
Well, I know Pedro actually does follow British politics very closely, and that's why it's such a good question. And I mean, look, I think it's been a very difficult relationship actually for the Brexiteers, despite the fact that if you look to the Daily Telegraph or the Daily Express, they've been constantly sort of bigging up the Commonwealth since Brexit. But the problem is that as a Brexit, one of the forces driving Brexit was a sort of English nationalism, and that many sort of leading Brexiteers are really the heirs to Enoch Powell, who was an English nationalist and who was deeply hostile to the monarchy's involvement in the modern Commonwealth, and really one of its leading critics. And Boris Johnson said some pretty horrible things about the Queen's relationship with the Commonwealth in the past. And so I think you see now a sort of a right-wing support for the Commonwealth as, if you like, the international organization that people who don't like international organizations like. Whereas in the 60s and 70s, when the Commonwealth was a genuinely sort of progressive organization, its supporters were often supporters of other major international roles for the UK, like the UN. They were sort of genuine internationalists. And I think this strange kind of falling out between Boris Johnson and Patricia Scotland, I think sort of emerges from that Johnson wanted to kind of big up the Commonwealth as something that showed the British wouldn't be alone in the world, but didn't really like what the Commonwealth was, which I think Patricia Scotland has represented pretty well. So I think it's a very difficult relationship, and a very good question.
Paul, would you like to add to that?
Just very briefly, I mean, I think the mood amongst Brexiteers would be of huge disappointment, because on no level has anything at all that they hoped for been achieved, but nor could it have been. I mean, they were clutching at straws. It was a kind of nostalgia aspect. I mean, they were almost, harking back to, dare I say it, Empire days. I mean, they were desperate, and I think it was just it was almost rhetoric. I mean, it was just part of this getting anything possible to support the Brexit argument, which in itself, I'm afraid, probably preaching to amongst friends here, was wrong thought. So yeah, but it's an interesting question. I mean, I wonder, it'd be interesting to put that to, if one was on GB News, one could, test it out.
Thank you. Question from Stelios Fontenopoulos, who is very appreciative of the discussion. Thank you very much indeed, Stelios. He raises the point that Perry Anderson uses the word hegemony to describe soft power, with hegemony based on attachment or consent, rather than oppressive authority or coercive dignity of the empire. And given that Britain has cut its overseas aid budget from 0.75% of GDP to 0.5% of GDP, how much is Britain's soft power hegemony affected by this, by the amount of international aid given annually for humanitarian purposes? So again, British soft power within the Commonwealth. Who would like to draw that? Paul, if I could put the question first to you, please.
Well, I'm not going to necessarily deal with the philosophical aspect of it, but certainly the money aspect of it, I think there's a very solid point here. I mean, I was trying to hint at it in my talk. I mean, if the Commonwealth as a body has a total budget of, I don't know, 35 million, how can it make
much less, Paul? It's 23 million.
Is it 23 million now? I'm see how out of date I am. It just has no traction. I mean, the countries that do have traction are Britain, Australia, and Canada in terms of what they give, and they obviously give substantially more, and they don't necessarily give with a kind of Commonwealth hat on. I mean, they obviously do help Commonwealth neighbours and Commonwealth countries, but I think the aid will be much wider. I mean, there was this article by Amelia Hadfield which looked at EU Commonwealth comparisons, and the EU budget. I mean, you're probably talking 100 billion now of aid.
Yeah.
So it's simply not. And then if you look at Africa, I mean, I did dig these figures out. In Africa, China has spent 254 billion in aid. America has spent 44 billion. So China's spending at 5 times America.
Yes.
But of course, the EU and poor old Commonwealth is just nowhere on the scene. And if you're a leader and you can have money, then obviously, the kind of, quote, soft power influence is huge. And China's picking off these vulnerable states. I mean, it really, it's able to, a lot of its infrastructure work and so on is based on a kind of loan or repayment basis, which countries then enter into willingly, but I find it difficult to keep up. And so you've got countries like Sri Lanka, Zambia, Pakistan in serious debt, owed mostly to China.
Yes.
And China could waive those debts. In fact, they're being asked to do that by the World Bank and the IMF, but obviously not going to rush to do it.
Thank you, Paul. Philip, your thoughts on?
I mean, just to get a dig in at Brexit, since Paul had a go. I mean, it's another sign of the way in which you become a victim of your own illusions. Brexit has impoverished the UK. It now has sort of less really to spend on foreign aid, and so it becomes a kind of spiral of decline. I mean, the hegemonic issue, I think, is a really interesting one, because I think, that in a way, the Commonwealth had sort of renounced any kind of notion of, hegemony in the 60s. It was sort of trying to be sort of politically, culturally, racially pluralistic. There was a hegemonic moment in the early 90s, but that was really about the sort of hegemony of Western democratic capitalist values. And I think that's, in a way, as much as seeing the Commonwealth as a means of a soft power means of reinforcing that, there was a sort of an assumption that really the Commonwealth would embrace that because that was the only way forward in the future. Mm-hmm. And that hasn't, that hasn't been the case. That hasn't, and it certainly hasn't delivered prosperity for the poorer parts of the Commonwealth. And so the question of aid sort of remains an issue, and the question of contested values remains an issue.
Well, of course, Philip, there's also the question that with Britain's departure from the EU, it is no longer a Commonwealth voice for developing countries influencing EU developmental policy. So that responsibility has now fallen from Malta into Cyprus, who do not have the hard power of the UK.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, Sue, in the past, I mean, one of the reasons that Commonwealth members often valued the relationship with Britain, and the Commonwealth, was because Britain, had a role in those sort of diplomatic, that diplomatic European top table, which it has now renounced.
Yes. Colleagues, I'm going to take one more question and then I must bring this panel to a close. A question from Melanie. Paul emphasized that for India, the Commonwealth is not, or little, I would say not, used as a means for soft power, even when Indian diplomacy does value and use its soft power. And you very rightly emphasized that the G20 that India has, which of course is hosting at the moment. Are there particular aspects of the Commonwealth that make it particularly inefficient for India, in your view, Paul? Is it just simply ignored, or is it criticized? Is it just seen as irrelevant as far as India's hard power and drive to be a voice of the global South is concerned?
Very interesting question. I mean, possibly all those, but I think India is, I mean, at the heart of it, there is a contradiction. Nehru swore, politically swore, if you like, in the 30s that he wouldn't have anything to do with Britain once India had got independence. And so it was a great surprise, as we all know, that in the end he acted as a kind of cheerleader and got India to join. But he disappointed and annoyed a lot of his colleagues and comrades in the kind of freedom struggle. But it was vital for the formation of what was then a sort of essentially white club. And I think from that, that kind of battle just has continued. I mean, I think India is confused about its well, to what extent it should be a cheerleader for the Commonwealth, and to what extent it should recall that the Commonwealth was born out of empire and out of exploitation. And on top, but that sort of muddle went along cheerfully, if you like, until the arrival of Modi. And part of Modi's ideology, in terms of Hindutva and so on, is to emphasize the kind of power and influence and majoritarianism of Hindus to rule India. And he's using a kind of anti-colonial rhetoric more openly, I think, and I think that may be an aspect of it. It just doesn't fit his political ideology. It doesn't fit his pattern. It doesn't suit him. And I think it's a great shame, because India is, if you like, the silent partner. If India comes on board, it carries weight. I mean, hopefully there will be, more people in Africa that can step up, but it doesn't look very hopeful. So
hence Liz Truss's attempt or efforts when she was foreign secretary here to encourage India to set up a Commonwealth Diplomatic Academy, which actually is going to start in October. They're going to have 50 people, but this was a highly conscious effort by the British government to try to boost this question of the Commonwealth's profile in India. I completely take your point about Modi's political agenda, but I also wonder if there's the aspect of course, that the Commonwealth's or Indian Commonwealth leaders were from Congress, for the Congress party.
Yes, that's right. But there's also, can I just make one final small point? And that is, if you are a senior diplomat or thinker, think tank, civil servant sitting in South Block in Delhi, and you look at the Commonwealth and you think, well, you know, how much energy, how much resources, how much should I really put into this basket? There's a huge sense. I mean, Nehru started very idealistically and with a kind of ethical foreign policy, and it came a cropper. You know, China invaded. There were wars with Pakistan. Everything went wrong. The kind of non-aligned movement was a flop, and there's huge realism. I mean, realism is what dictates Indian foreign policy. That's why they won't even intervene in countries like, I mean, they won't even say anything about countries like Burma, where there's grotesque, you know, authoritarian rule on its neighborhood. So it's realism that governs it. And maybe they just feel, you know, until the Commonwealth shows that it can do things, we're sitting on the sideline.
Thank you very much indeed, colleagues, for an excellent start to our conference. I'm enormously grateful for you sharing your expertise and for making provocative but well-evidenced observations, and for your active and energetic engagement with the questions.
Everyone, thank you for joining us again. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. I'm Anais and I'm going to chair this first panel of the afternoon. We have about an hour and a half in front of us, during which we'll have the pleasure to hear our three panelists discuss notions of cultural diplomacy, education networks, and alternative modes of learning. We will proceed in the same way as for the first panel this morning. So we're going to listen to the three different presentations, which should last around 15 to 20 minutes tops each. Then we'll have the rest of the time for questions. As we did this morning, if you have any questions, please type them in the Zoom chat rather than raising your hand. So that will be easier for me to deal with all the questions at the end. So for this afternoon, we have three panelists, Alice Byrne from Aix-Marseille University, Brendan Harrison from the Association of the Commonwealth Universities, and Dr. Robert Robertson, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Commonwealth Studies. And if everyone's ready, we'll start with Alice Byrne, who's a lecturer in British Studies. And we're bringing a bit of a historical perspective to our conference now with her presentation, which is going to be about British cultural diplomacy and the universities in the transition from Empire to Commonwealth between 1945 and 1960. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anais. So I'll start with getting my PowerPoint up, hopefully. Is that okay?
Yep,
great.
We can see
okay,
it.
Well, I'll try and launch straight in and see if I can keep to the time. So a few introductory comments. I'm just going to have to kind of move the gallery perhaps slightly. So this paper is part of a kind of work in progress responding to a number of recent research trends, notably a broader interpretation of the cultural Cold War and a reframing of the Cold War from a global perspective. And it also kind of reflects a feeling I have that a lot of cultural diplomacy research tends to ignore this kind of imperial, post-imperial dimension to cultural diplomacy. So I'm interested in the way that Britain used cultural diplomacy as a way to manage the transition towards what John Darwin has termed an empire of influence and identity, or perhaps to reframe it in the terms of this conference. To what extent did the UK attempt to use soft power to compensate for its loss of hard power? And it's perhaps useful here to recall that Joseph Nye originally developed the notion of soft power in 1990 as a way to refute Paul Kennedy's thesis of American decline, and specifically argued that the British Empire had failed to develop its soft power. In addition, I argue that universities are worthy of our attention, as some of the works I've put up here to illustrate this point show, raising questions about the international role and influence of British universities in the second half of the 20th century. And as Miles Taylor has recently pointed out, no other formal colonial power tried as hard as Britain to influence the future of its ex-colonies through exporting its own system of higher education. So at a time when universities are struggling to adapt to the impact of Brexit and find themselves co-opted to the pursuit of global Britain, I believe these questions have also kind of acquired an additional contemporary relevance. Of course, in the period I'm looking at today, we're looking at a period which is, of course, influenced by the Cold War, in which universities were at the epicenter of the ideological competition between the superpowers. But I would argue it's not just a question of the two superpowers. And in practice, Britain, particularly in this early period, was equally concerned with American competition as with that of the communist powers. And British cultural diplomacy during this period can be seen as part, or at least for the up until 1951, as part of Labour's attempt to carve out a role for Britain as a third force. So what I'd like to do today, rather than focus on these new universities created after World War II, is to look instead at the role of universities in British cultural diplomacy in and with India after 1947, a country that was acute of the role of higher education in nation building, in development, and also global influence. If I can manage to swap. Okay, I just want to say a few words about the arrival of the British Council in India, which could be taken as a starting point for this new kind of cultural diplomacy approach. Mainly to say the extent to which education and research was at the heart of the way the British defined their cultural diplomacy, and also how the Indians understood what was being on offer. So, for example, Nehru was convinced to accept this establishment of the British Council when it was presented alongside the participation of British scientists at an Indian Science Congress. He himself expressed the wish to have someone of high academic standing to head up the office. And the person who laid the kind of the groundwork for this was the former educational advisor to the government of India, and who had written the report on post-war educational development in India, Sir John Sargent. So this kind of education research dimension was very much kind of hardwired into British policy. So I just want to draw your attention to the end of this quote here, where the High Commissioner indicates that the role of the British Council was to preserve old relationships under new forms as a kind of transition to the question of the universities. So with regards to Indian higher education, the British perceived it as the seedbed of the elite. And this was one of the areas they were very much concerned to maintain those kind of old relationships in new forms. But there was no unified British-run system. Many Indian universities were modelled on the University of London affiliating system, such as, to kind of keep the original names, the universities of Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. They were followed by the University of the Punjab in 1882, which combined teaching and examining in both English and vernacular languages. Later on, inspired by the non-cooperation movement, there are other national universities which opened with programs taught in Hindi and other vernacular languages. And again, universities like those of Benares, Hindu, and Delhi, which were modeled on the kind of Oxbridge residential model. So the Indian university landscape was very diverse. But as in other fields, British officials remained in place in some Indian universities. For example, and you can see this in the photo here, Sir Maurice Gwyer, who was Vice Chancellor of the University of Delhi. So the attempt to try and keep these people in place was given prime importance by the council, and also to recruit British academics when they were requested to do so by the government of India, because it was seen as a way of ensuring continuance of British influence. And this influence was seen as almost incalculable. A prime opportunity to try and shape the development of Indian higher education came when the British Council was asked to suggest an academic expert who could participate in the 1948 University Education Commission, chaired by Dr. Radhakrishnan. I'm going to massacre loads of these names, I'm afraid, who was an Oxford professor and Fellow of All Souls, as well as being Vice Chancellor of Benares Hindu University, the Indian representative at UNESCO, and later ambassador to Moscow. So the council recruited Sir James Duff, who was Vice Chancellor in Durham, and who was also very involved in the setting up of other new universities across the Commonwealth. He was joined by 7 Indian members, 2 of whom held degrees from British universities, but also 2 American experts. And so this is kind of an arena for this competition between the British and the Americans to try and influence Indian higher education. Rakesh Ankit has written of Duff that he was at ease with the Indian elite and believed himself to have a better understanding of Indians and Indian universities than his American counterparts. And finally, he believed he had shaped this commission, which finally reorganized the University Grants Committee, which had come out of the Sargent report, into a commission which would coordinate the Indian universities along the same lines as the British University Grants Committee. So following the creation of this committee, the secretary, Mr. S. Matai, who was already a well-known figure in the Association of the Universities of the Commonwealth, was seen as a kind of link to Britain and enabled the British Council to have a close and confident relationship with the UGC. And the British Council would, for example, invite members of this commission to go to the UK or to participate in British Council events in India. So a few words about the Association of Universities of the British Commonwealth as it became known in 1948. We'll learn more about this in a moment. So this should offer, or should have offered, a forum for British and Indian universities. So it was decided in 1948 that Indian universities could maintain their relationship with the organization, irrespective of the political status of India. And it was given 2 positions on the executive committee to share with Ceylon/Sri Lanka. So that was the same as Canada, but then less than the UK, which had 2 positions. Indian academics tried to use membership of this organization to ensure that Indian interests were taken into account, but they had limited success, I would argue. For example, Radhakrishnan argued that Commonwealth culture should be broadened to incorporate Sanskrit, Persian, and Arabic, as well as classics. Eric Ashby, in his history of the organization, wrote that the regular meetings outside the UK cemented the universities of the English-speaking world into one family and served as workshops of Commonwealth understanding and sympathy. I quote, while a 3-week workshop in 1951 to 1952 afforded the Indian hosts the opportunity to offer a handful of Commonwealth university men an indelible impression of the greatness of India's history and culture. Yet ultimately, the university network, which had grown up between the UK and the settler colonies, remained difficult to access for Indian students and academics. So here I'd like to say a few words about the Commonwealth University Interchange Scheme. That's a kind of an example of this. This was administered from London with representatives from the AUBC, the Committee of Vice Chancellors and Principals, and the British Council's University Advisory Committee. So India certainly benefited from the scheme. By the 1950s, India had the largest number of participating universities and was receiving the same number of grants as Africa. So 60 compared to 67 for the UK, a whopping 97 for Australia, and only 32 for Canada. But the point here is about the type of mobility that it actually enabled. While the majority of Indian participants were younger academics, the British tended to send more kind of advanced, distinguished scholars. And India only managed to send 1 such distinguished scholar the other way. But the Indians felt this kind of asymmetry more keenly. So while Indian professors were particularly concerned with the kind of failure to use this scheme to enable India to kind of spread knowledge and appreciation of Indian culture and history, there was also a reciprocal need for younger British lecturers to go to India to learn about India and then bring back that knowledge to the UK. So one example, but a kind of perhaps, a rare example is Martin Webb of the Oxford School of Geography, who went on this scheme, who lectured and traveled extensively during his time in India, and then brought this knowledge back and used it to produce courses on India and Pakistan in British universities. But this was kind of the exception that proved the rule, with most of the British academics who went to India not staying long enough to really get to know their Indian counterparts or to get to know the universities, which partly explains why Indian applicants to the scheme were not treated in the same way as those from, say, Australian or Canadian universities, because there wasn't that kind of mutual knowledge and understanding between the establishments. Furthermore, the funding model was not appropriate for Indian participants who also suffered from currency restrictions, and many of them had to give up their grants in the 1950s because they just couldn't afford to travel with the money that they had available to them. So this kind of lack of knowledge on the part of the British universities, of the Indian universities, was also reinforced by very negative reports coming out of India on Indian universities. And reports from both the Commonwealth Relations Office and the British Council painted a negative picture of Indian universities, whose rapid expansion had led to overcrowding and a decline in standards and lack of employment opportunities. With a report from 1954 arguing that the BA degree of many universities is now rated very low, both inside and outside of India. A few exceptions were noted, one being St. Stephen's College at the University of Delhi, and this was given as being proof of the benefit of its links to the Cambridge Brotherhood and of British staff who were managing to resist central government pressure to increase intake and lower standards. However, an alternative contemporary perspective was offered by the Harvard teaching fellow, Arthur S. Schenkman, who criticized British universities for refusing to recognize Indian degrees, encouraging Indian graduates to not only belittle Indian degrees, but also those of European and American universities. He also pointed the finger at what he called vested interest in Indian education, namely the Indian graduates of Oxford and Cambridge, for contributing to this process, and pointing to a negative influence of British university influence or graduates. All of which I think points to the need to assess university relations and cultural diplomacy in a broader transnational framework. Finally, the Council and the Commonwealth Relations Office's assessment was seen to have worrying ramifications in the Cold War context, with these universities being breeding grounds for, and again, the British influence is seen as being a kind of a counterbalancing influence here. This kind of went hand in hand with reports on Indian academics accepting invitations to travel to the Soviet Union and China on goodwill visits and cultural delegations. It was feared that such university teachers returned from these visits perceived as experts who could give uncritical and misleading accounts of their experiences to students. While certain universities were known to have prominent communists on their staff, such as, for example, the University of Calcutta, termed a communist factory by government documents. However, a Foreign Office report on one of these delegations to the Soviet Union in 1951 was slightly more circumspect. What it called reputable persons who were spoken of highly by diplomats close to the British, such as the scientist Dr. Chinoy, known for his moderate views, nonetheless spoke highly of what he had seen during his stay. Since Pravda was careful not to attribute false statements to foreign visitors, the report mused on the reasons for their enthusiasm, wondering if they had simply been misled by Russian propaganda. More worrying was the case of the renowned statistician, Mr. P.C. Majalur-Nobes, who was an OBE and fellow of the Royal Society, who praised the progress of Soviet Kazakhstan based on data he'd collected while there. It was hard for the Foreign Office to assess the accuracy of his conclusions, given that he had traveled to a forbidden zone. And my final example, which I will touch on very briefly, concerns student unions, which were also seen as a vector to try and exercise a degree of influence over Indian universities. And here I point to the report on a tour of India by a British debating team, a student debating team, which was reported on by Stanley Jenkins, who later became president of the NUS and ultimately a Foreign Office diplomat, who described the problems of trying to find an opposite number to work with in India, given the dominance of communist inspired student organizations. And here again, there was an attempt to try and introduce regular contacts between student organizations in India and in the UK. So a few words kind of before this period to an end. By the end of the 1950s, there's a kind of a mixed bag with the British Council, optimistic in some cases. For example, the question of use of English language in universities had become a little bit less controversial. What was less positive was the failure of attempts to introduce the theme of secondment to get British staff to India, partly because attempts by the AUBC and the Commonwealth Relations Office to work with the Committee of Vice Chancellors and Principals didn't really seem to have borne any fruit. And I would just conclude with a few words about the influence, the increasing influence of American institutions in this period. Because despite all the concerns about communist infiltration, it seemed ultimately to be the United States which was perceived to represent the greatest threat to Britain's plan to use universities as a tool of kind of post-colonial soft power. Perhaps because Indian academics perhaps perceived a different relationship with these American universities, perhaps more in tune with their ultimate developmental goals, and perhaps also because of increased financing. It also suggests, though, the extent to which British and Indian university systems seem to have developed to a large extent in parallel rather than kind of overlapping the way perhaps that some other universities of the Commonwealth did. And ultimately at this time, I wonder whether British universities were perhaps more interested in developing their exchanges with European universities, where there was kind of greater potential for more balanced and symmetrical exchange programs. I think I'm definitely out of time, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very, very rich and interesting presentation. We're going to move on directly to our second presentation with Brendan Harrison, who is Principal Research and Evaluation Manager at the Association of Commonwealth Universities, and who's going to discuss soft power mechanisms and higher education in the Commonwealth. So Brendan, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Thank you. I don't have a PowerPoint, so unfortunately everybody has to just kind of watch me talk through this. But I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for putting this conference on. I'm very happy to be on this panel and have enjoyed the conference so far. And I'm looking forward to more interesting discussions over the rest of the day. Just by way of introduction, my name is Brendan Harrison, and I'm the Principal Research and Evaluation Manager at the Association of Commonwealth Universities, as has just been mentioned. But the ACU is a membership organization which consists of 500 universities across more than 50 Commonwealth countries. And it also manages several HMG international mobility programs in higher education, including the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission in the United Kingdom, which is the UK government's contribution to the Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship Plan, which is a keystone program of the CSFP. The ACU also manages the CSFP Endowment Fund on behalf of Commonwealth governments and runs the Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarships Program, which is financed by the Endowment Fund. And the QECS program supports Commonwealth citizens to study internationally at universities in low and middle income Commonwealth countries. And in my role, I oversee the evaluation activities related to both these scholarships and others. So for my portion of the panel, I'd just like to talk through some questions regarding the mechanisms by which soft power is meant to work, how we can talk about soft power in a way that more tangibly could be better lend itself to measurements and evaluation, and how finally higher education in the Commonwealth fits within this framing of soft power. So as mentioned by Alice, soft power was first articulated as a concept in 1990 by Joseph Nye Jr. in response to a debate within US policy circles regarding the perceived recession of American hard power, which was traditionally framed as, quote, the ability to coerce, which grows out of a country's military and economic might. Nye countered this thinking by arguing that American influence was far greater than just the sum of its military and economic assets due to what he called its soft power resources. he suggested that these resources consisted of, quote, the country's culture, political ideology, and policies, with Nye defining soft power as the latent appeal or attractiveness of those non-material assets to other countries. In a nutshell, he framed soft power as, quote, the ability to get what you want through attraction rather than through coercion or payments, advocating that, quote, when you can get others to want what you want, you do not have to spend as much on sticks and carrots to move them in your direction. Now, over the past 3 decades, the idea of soft power has gained a great deal of traction in public discourse, where it's generally been employed as a synonym for influence. But there hasn't been much growth in how the concept is defined and the way it's employed in the public space. This is particularly evident in the use of the concept in official discourse, which frequently takes Nye's 1990 definition as the start and end point of the discussion about what soft power means, before delving into its implications for the topic at hand. And this includes discourse around soft power and higher education. However, there have also been a number of critical reflections on the subject of soft power, and I'd like to now briefly explore 3 of these criticisms regarding Nye's original proposition. These are, first, the lack of details regarding causal mechanisms. Second, the unilateral direction in which soft power is proposed to operate. And third, the exclusive attribution of soft power to the state. The basis of the first criticism is that Nye's formulation lacked any details regarding the mechanisms through which soft power achieved its outcomes. There are no clear causal chains provided in his argument that explicitly link soft power assets described by Nye to their effect on the behaviors of others. For example, Edward Locke cites Nye's example of, quote, the potential use by the USA of film and television shows to promote democracy and the rule of law in China, arguing that Nye fails to clearly articulate the causal process of how exposure to American culture leads to both the democratization of China and to China's alignment with American geopolitical goals. The second criticism is that soft power is framed as an effect that operates in a one-way direction, whereupon an actor compels a subject. Nye's description of American soft power treats it as something that uniquely affects other states, as if they were passive non-actors with no agency of their own. As stated again by Locke, Nye's account of power tends to, quote, provide little conceptual space in which to consider the role of the subject of power. This reflects an outdated engagement with the concept of how power operates that neglects the agency of others. Not only does this framing neglect the agency and independence of other state actors, but it also fails to account for any soft power that those states might themselves hold and what effect that might have. The final criticism that I'd like to highlight, but which is important to this discussion, is that Nye's original formulation attributes soft power as something that can be solely possessed by the state. While this is ostensibly an appropriate argument to make when discussing military hard power, it neglects to recognize the suite of non-state actors that can create, contribute to, and possess their own soft power. These non-state actors include universities, non-governmental organizations, corporations, multilateral organizations, and in some cases, even individuals. Despite these issues, there's still a great deal of value in the concept of soft power, and several critics have worked to evolve it into a more robust form by reworking Nye's idea and integrating relevant theory from the social sciences into its formulation. This involves 3 significant conceptual changes in response to the criticisms outlined. First, in addition to recognizing that non-state actors can have soft power, it's also critical to note that in the cases of larger institutions and social bodies, the soft power of those actors is the cumulative sum of the soft power of its constituent parts. Using the example of a nation, and not the state itself, but the nation, its soft power would thus be comprised of all the non-state actors mentioned earlier, including but not exclusively universities, NGOs, corporations, and individuals, plus the soft power of the state itself. The second conceptual change is that soft power should not be seen as a way for one actor to compel another to do what it wants, but rather as a way to generate consensus and collaboration on shared interests. As mentioned earlier, Nye's original work and many of the arguments based upon it treat others as passive subjects with no agency or interests of their own. They're framed merely as objects which are brought in line with the desires of a more powerful actor due to an imposed framing of issues and debates on the actor's own terms. However, this line of thinking is both counterproductive and a bit naive, as it does not account for the actions and interests of others. Indeed, Nye himself has noted this critique, observing, quote, "Nobody likes to feel manipulated, even by soft power." Consequently, a more constructive framing of soft power would be not to view it as a way of compelling others to do what you want, but instead as a way for actors to improve their ability to build consensus and collaborate with others. Finally, the third change is that soft power should be seen as somewhat analogous to how Robert Putnam's concept of social capital applies to groups of individuals. Of particular importance is the value of interpersonal and institutional relationships between different actors. These relationships, when positive, can then contribute to increased levels of familiarity and trust between actors, again increasing their willingness to collaborate and build consensus. So with these three conceptual changes in mind, I offer the following definition of soft power, which produces a much stronger theoretical framework that addresses some of the shortcomings of the original and provides clear mechanisms for how it operates. The soft power of an actor would be comprised of the volume and quality of relationships that exist between the actor in question and others, the level of familiarity with that actor among others, and the disposition towards that actor among others. So based on this alternative framing of soft power, higher education has a significant role in the creation and expression of soft power for the higher education institutions themselves, the nations of which they're a part, and for the Commonwealth as a whole. Universities are sites of significant creation and expression of international relationships, both at the individual and the institutional level. Universities are global communities, which are enriched by the diversity of their student bodies, their staff, and by their global partnerships. They collaborate internationally through international research cooperation to achieve more together than they could alone, while global mobility fosters talent, cross-border networks, and intercultural understanding. International students in particular are critical to the formation of the bilateral interpersonal relationships, which are so important in the context of international soft power. The Commonwealth already has a unique multilateral framework for encouraging these types of mobilities in the form of the Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship Plan. Every single Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship, which is offered by member countries since the plan's inception in 1959, represents an additional opportunity for the creation of these interpersonal relationships, which contribute to the soft power of their university of study and of their home and host countries. Furthermore, each relationship they create and maintain with another Commonwealth citizen is another thread that strengthens the soft power of the Commonwealth as a whole. And we have evidence that shows that these relationships continue long after a recipient has completed their studies. The Commonwealth Scholarship Commission in the UK collects data on the relationships and networks that are built during the studies as a part of its evaluation work. And this data shows that most recipients continue to be in contact with the academic, personal, and professional contacts that they have in the United Kingdom in the 10 years after their studies. They also continue to maintain contact with other Commonwealth scholars, fellows, and alumni from across the Commonwealth during this period. The creation and strengthening of these relationships and networks are practical, measurable, soft power outcomes that can be attributed to the international higher education experience that is supported through the CSFP. These relationships and networks also produce further outcomes, as Commonwealth alumni also report on collaborations that they engage in with these contacts and networks. These include collaborations on both academic research and applied projects, all targeted towards addressing sustainable development issues, both within the Commonwealth and globally, in areas which include health, education, the environment, and climate change, among others. Similarly, the Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarships, which are funded via the CSFP Endowment Fund, also provide these opportunities for Commonwealth citizens to study in another Commonwealth country. This program is especially important for supporting the multilateral nature of both the CSFP and the Commonwealth by supporting low and middle income countries to host Commonwealth scholars that they otherwise would not be able to host. We also collect data on the relationships built by these scholarship recipients as a part of our evaluation work, and they similarly report ongoing relationships with the academic, personal, and professional contacts who reside in the country where they've studied. QECS alumni have also reported that these networks and relationships have led to additional contacts and networks in the country where they studied, as well as research collaborations that have taken place after their studies. Through these mobility programs, individuals, universities, and nations all benefit from the creation and strengthening of interpersonal and institutional relationships. Individual students benefit from the relationships that they build during their time studying abroad, while universities and nations benefit from both the relationships and the increased familiarity and reputation that comes with hosting international students. And all of these individual benefits combine to contribute to the overall soft power of the Commonwealth. Universities are also sites of relationship building via institutional collaborations and partnerships. Universities are able to work together on applied collaborations, which address sustainable development challenges which confront all of us. For example, the ACU has partnered with multiple organizations, including the Commonwealth of Learning and several Commonwealth universities, to develop a program that has supported 24 universities in 4 Commonwealth countries in East Africa to deliver courses through blended learning. The Partnership for Enhanced and Blended Learning was an applied expression of soft power through the mobilization of institutional relationships between Commonwealth organizations, Commonwealth universities, and the UK government, who funded the project through the FCDO. As a result of this work, not only did over 10,000 students at universities in Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda benefit from courses that they otherwise might not have been able to take, but the universities scaled up their ability to design and deliver blended learning courses and built institutional relationships that further enhance their soft power. And recently, the ACU has begun working with partners on a similar project in West Africa, which is initially focused on Ghana and Nigeria and is funded by the Australian government. So in summation, soft power is a very useful concept, but there is a need for evolution in the way it's discussed. A refocus on the networks and relationships between actors provides a much clearer causal chain between the creation of interpersonal and institutional relationships and the ability to generate consensus and collaborations. In this context, higher education plays a significant role in both the creation of these networks and relationships and the expression of them through collaborations. With respect to the Commonwealth, collaborations between Commonwealth universities provide tangible outcomes of these networks and relationships, while also further enhancing the soft power of universities. The international mobilities that take place within the framework of the CSFP are also particularly valuable in their contributions to soft power, both for Commonwealth universities and for the Commonwealth itself. That should be about 15 minutes, so I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brendan, and thank you for respecting strictly the time. That's fantastic, thank you. We're going to move on to our last presentation by Dr. Robertson, who is going to talk to us about the Commonwealth of Learning and online education, the specific case of the Bahamas. So whenever you're ready, you can start.
All right, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, I guess, for you all. I need to start by telling you that I'm speaking to you from the Cayman Islands. It's 25 degrees and sunny. So I know for those of you in London, that's a bit of a shock, but I'm currently the president of the University College of the Cayman Islands, and I will be in London in another week or two, so I'll give you a week to try to warm up the temperature before I get to London. Anyway, here's a brief overview of my presentation. I'll try to focus on the Commonwealth of Learning, but I want to give you some context, particularly around Hurricane Dorian impacts and the pandemic impacts, and how those events in particular have framed some of the online initiatives that we'll speak to over the next 10 or 12 minutes. In this region, I think as with other parts of the world, we face 3 major challenges: globalization, technology, and demographics. We have a relatively younger population here compared to some other parts of the world, but one of the problems associated with that is the lack of skills. Many employers have suggested that getting qualified younger people to work in industry and business in the region is very difficult, and so there's a skills gap, which I know you all have seen in Europe, in the UK, and elsewhere, but the demographics of the population is important. In fact, in high schools, less than 50% of students in high schools in the Bahamas actually graduate. 50% do not graduate, which is a big problem. The area is very dynamic in terms of globalization. It's on a number of trade routes because of the increased size of the Panama Canal. The Chinese government has taken an interest in the region and has invested heavily in a number of strategic areas that I'll speak to in a few minutes. But of course, technology makes it rather ubiquitous in terms of generating online learning, for example, and doing some other things. So you know that the Bahamas recently has been in the news for the FTX fiasco and some of the trading that goes on in that part of the world. But a number of things are really impacting the region. I'm speaking about the Bahamas, by the way, since I served as the first president of the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute for 6 years, just up until about 5 months ago, when I made the move to the Cayman Islands. So this is a picture of the Bahamas. A lot of people think it's 1 or 2 islands. It's about 700 islands. Not all of them are inhabited, but as a result of the scope of the islands, online learning seems to be a no-brainer. I mean, you're not going to be able to put a college or a tertiary institution or perhaps even high school in some cases on all the islands. And so there has been increasing initiatives to try to use online learning as a way to bridge some of these physical geographic gaps. Nassau is obviously the capital. That's where the university or the college that I was working at is located. But we also had college campuses in Grand Bahama, the Abacos, and in Andros. 2 of those were demolished essentially by Hurricane Dorian. And the reason that's of interest to us is that we were able, through online learning, to put them back up and running much quicker than having a physical building. In fact, in the Abacos, the high school 2 years later is just now opening. And part of the problem with that is not only the high school itself, but finding housing for teachers to teach at the high school. And so online learning was a way for us to get back into the Abacos essentially within 90 days of Hurricane Dorian. In any case, just some quick facts on the Bahamas. The population is about 400,000. There's about 100,000 are kind of undocumented. A lot of people come to the Bahamas from Haiti, for example. And so there's a large undocumented population, which a lot of people don't recognize globally. It has a fairly healthy gross domestic product, but it's not evenly distributed amongst the population. There's some very high-end earners, but some very low-end earners. And it has a per capita GDP of 28.6 USD. The main sectors, of course, are tourism and financial. The tourism one obviously is important because with COVID, that really was a problem. And so the economy was really hammered by virtue of COVID. And so the unemployment rate at one point during COVID was over 40%, which is not good. Fortunately, it went away fairly quickly, but the unemployment rate systemically is about 15%, which is rather high, but it reflects the fact that a lot of foreign workers come in. As I mentioned, the high school graduation rate is less than 50%, which is quite a shame, really. So this is the Baha Mar Hotel. It's the largest hotel in the region. It has 4,000 rooms. All of it, there's 3 major hotels in this major property. One of the interesting facts about the hotel that a lot of people don't know about is that it's owned by the Chinese government. I don't mean a Chinese company, but I mean the Chinese government owns it. They built it and they own it. And so it's a fairly significant investment of the Chinese government in the region. And it hires a lot of people, obviously, as well, which is kind of what we'll get to in a couple more minutes. So Hurricane Dorian, as I mentioned, was a significant impact in respect to some of the things I'm talking about here. It was a Category 5 hurricane, which changed from a 3 to a 5 within 36 hours, essentially, showing you the increase in intensity of storms in the region. Very slow moving. It was less than a mile an hour, so it brought a lot of rain. In the case of our campus in Freeport, the rain was the big issue, and so and also the storm surge. It had a significant ongoing effect. There's still a lot of groundwater contamination in places like Freeport because of the amount of saltwater water that was on the island. Almost 75 to 80% of the homes in Abaco were damaged. If you go to Abaco now, 2.5 years later, it still shows significantly the damage that's there. And the total damage was estimated at 3.4 billion USD, which is a quarter of the Bahamas GDP. It'll take years to get back to normal. In fact, the impact of the hurricane would be the same in the US if you took out the economic contribution of Florida, Texas, and California. A very significant event for a small country. This was the University of the Bahamas. Just a quick shot of what it looks like after, or immediately after the hurricane. You don't see any water around there at this point, but most of that was water damage, believe it or not. This was our campus, which was a two-story building. We had people on the top floor, but fortunately the water only got to about 20 feet, but it took out the entire ground floor. So it's a significant event. And I'll get to the Commonwealth of Learning thing here in a minute, but I'm trying to relate it to these two major events. So COVID-19 obviously had a big global impact. A lot of children around the world were away from physical classrooms. Everybody had to change and go to online learning, which I respectfully suggest was not online learning. It was simply moving, face-to-face to an online environment, but it wasn't done well in many cases in many places. And so as a result, it's left people with a bad taste in their mouth. We see that some reports suggest that the impacts of the time away from school will be years to resolve, and future skills in the workplace creates a deficit of billions of dollars in reduced GDP rates. So in the Bahamas, we had a series of students at elementary and high schools taking classes through something called the virtual system. There's more than 50,000 students in that system. But just to show you, and this isn't a criticism or disrespectful, but it's a fact, in March of 2020, the Ministry of Education closed basically and did not open again until October. They spent a lot of money on a learning management system and trying to get ready to open. And on day one of opening in October of 2020, the entire system crashed and was down for a number of weeks while they tried to resolve it. There's currently efforts underway to try to provide training to high school students who were essentially, quote, left behind, and those are ongoing at this time. At the school that I was at, as I mentioned, we had multiple campuses. We're primarily a trade and workforce training institution nationally, and we're open access. So we had about 6,000 students, mostly associate degrees, diplomas, and certificates. But we were moving towards more online prior to the hurricane. So essentially, when the hurricane came into play, we continued to offer courses, and students were very quickly able to get back online. When COVID came into play, we were able to push all 500 courses online within 72 hours. Now, a lot of that was because of a relationship we had with the Commonwealth of Learning, which is what the soft power connection is to the other speakers. The Commonwealth of Learning was it was just fortuitous that the timing of that was in alignment with these two events. So we essentially were offering a lot of online learning. We had a prison training program, which was very helpful in terms of online learning. We did a lot of upgrading of staff. We did a series of certified training courses, including CompTIA, City and Guilds, and Cisco, which is very important in the Bahamas. So with respect to the Commonwealth of Learning, we actually had a memorandum of understanding with them. We had about 30 instructors go through a series of courses that they have. Some of their courses, for those of you who are aware of the OEL, or sorry, the Commonwealth of Learning, the COL, some of their courses are for free. And so they were quite helpful in guiding, I think, many instructors who were rather reluctant to embrace online learning. And so the approach was, kind of a carrot as opposed to a stick. So open education resources, how to actually develop a course, how to deliver it, the teaching strategies. One of the things that I've seen in my 20 years of teaching online is that we haven't kept up to the requirements of the student. Online is a very dry, kind of modality if it's not properly done well. And so the COL was very helpful for us doing that. Now, at the same time, as a technical school, my middle point here on professional development is important. Increasingly, business has seen the value of online training. So, for example, we have they had a certification called the National Center for Construction Education and Research, which provides you with certification globally recognized in the trades. And the first course in the trades, to become a carpenter, for example, or a plumber or a welder, the first course is totally online. And when I talk to tradesmen and women about it, they don't seem to appreciate the fact that you can do many of those things online. In fact, you can almost become fully certified in the American Welding Association online, using simulation and some practice points at certain times in your training. So my point is, industry has really taken, I think, a much more aggressive view, particularly post-COVID, with respect to the types of things that they see can be done online. And academia is sort of falling behind in that respect. You probably haven't heard too much of the US system, but in the US system, there's increasingly schools that are basically going bankrupt, a number of private schools in particular, because education enrollments generally are declining for traditional students. But for non-traditional students, adults trying to upskill or reskill or take online courses, enrollments are continuing to grow. And so there is a window for opportunities to take courses, but most people are voting with their feet, at least in North America. OSHA is another one. That OSHA stands for the Occupational Safety and Health Administration in the US. It's a very important credential for people to have on the work site, for example, and you can become OSHA certified online. So we were trying to look at accelerated and focused and industry certified courses as we pivoted to online in the Bahamas. Now, with respect to the Commonwealth of Learning, I won't go into too much detail here, but many of you know it's headquartered just outside of Vancouver in Burnaby. It is a network, essentially. It holds a conference, I think, every 3 years. I believe it was in Edinburgh in 2019 and Calgary in 2022. But it is active obviously in online in terms of developing courses, providing training, and assisting different schools in particular in upgrading their skills in online education. So their focus areas currently are on children, women and girls who are not learning effectively. And the aims of the institute generally are to look at increasing capacity in online and distance learning. Open education resources, equity and access are important, obviously, but also on quality assurance, which I think, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the downfalls of us as academics. We don't really do a great job with respect to the quality of the teaching, and that's evident in some of the responses we get from students. So in terms of the work that we had done with them, we worked through our Ministry of Education. We actually crafted an MOU. They provided us with an instructor to do portions of the training virtually, but portions on a face-to-face basis. They have been quite active in respect to small states in particular, trying to get them interested in doing some work in the Cayman Islands, but because we're a British protectorate, it's a little different here than it was in the Bahamas. So that may not work as I anticipated, but we'll still try to do something there. And while I'm in London, I'm going to try to talk to the Association of Commonwealth Universities, Brendan, about being 501. You said you had 500 members, so perhaps you can make it 501 while I'm there in the next 10 days. So one of the things we did do, and I think this is important, is we conducted a student satisfaction survey, because there's generally a lot of anecdotal criticism about online, any place I've worked, particularly in the Bahamas. Instructors don't like it because it's different. Students don't like it because they haven't heard anything about it. But when we started to run it, the survey data was actually quite positive. And I think the reason for that is, I mean, in Nassau, there is a lot of traffic. It's a relatively small city, but it's like any city, it has its pinch points. And so students were enamored with it because you could go from work to home and not go from work to school to home. And so most of the respondents, students who took the surveys about student satisfaction, suggested that it was either good or very good in terms of their experience. And that, I think that's important, because you want to be able to tell decision makers and budget decision makers about the importance of online. A lot of ministerial people, with all due respect, are older. They don't have the same capacity for online, and so they're not really supportive of it as they might otherwise want to be. In terms of courses and programs, most students felt that the courses and programs in terms of functionality were good. We used the Moodle platform. And in addition, we really not forced, I would say, but strongly encouraged faculty members to use other than just the straight methods that had been used previously. So for example, videos and auditory materials and things like that. Students seem to really enjoy that. It broke up the class basically, and they recommended it to a friend as a result to take a course like this. They felt that faculty engagement was good as well. This is another weak area in many surveys that I've seen. Some of the challenges they had, which you would expect in the Bahamas, is internet connectivity and also the system itself. But for the most part, people were quite satisfied with the experience, you know, given the fact that it was driven by, in fact, a pandemic in this instance. For the most part, there is a continuation of online as a result of the positive nature of the survey. So just to wrap up, the online initiatives that we had were supported very much by the community. The Royal Bank of Canada had a Race for Kids, which provided funding support for the program of online education. The Rotary clubs, which are very active in the Bahamas, were very supportive, providing devices as well as scholarships. We focused on industry recognized certifications so that people would have something tangible in terms of a workforce credential in particular. But we also established the Center for Distance and Online Education based on what we have at the University of London to provide a faculty focus for research, training, and support. So in summary, there were a series of unique challenges in the Bahamas, particularly Dorian and COVID. I mean, there were challenges with respect to online and COVID around the world, but I think Dorian really reinforced the challenges in the Bahamas. Both of them provided a unique opportunity to think about what options were available, and I think they have done that. And so the Bahamas is more actively embracing online now as opposed to previously. At the school itself, we used an incremental approach. You know, it was not necessarily top down. It was getting buy-in from faculty members. The partnerships that I mentioned previously were important, but particularly with the Commonwealth of Learning. And then they continue to work with them. One other thing we did, which is important, we had a specific training course for students, which provided them with the introductory, information and material that they needed to be successful. And there really is a need to sustain the online effort. I do see a lot of places are kind of falling back from online, and they're kind of missing the value that it can add. I don't think it'll take over from face to face, but it certainly can be used to supplement things. And Brendan gave a really good example of some of that in Africa in particular. And just again, to entice you, this is the view from my balcony in the Bahamas. That's one of the cruise ships leading with the harbor with the lights on. So again, for those of you in 8-degree London, this is what the view of the Caribbean looks like recently. Anyway, I think I'm on time, Anise. Hopefully that's some additional information for you, and thank you.
Thank you so much to all three of you for this very, very rich and thought-provoking discussions about all these different topics. To everyone, feel free to drop any question in the chat, in the Zoom chat. I really enjoy the fact that even though we talk about also different timelines, especially regarding Alice's presentation and the more contemporary discussions. I really feel that there were a lot of echoes between all of these discussions. What Brendan said, for instance, about the issues of soft power being sometimes limited as something rather unilateral, or the potential unilateral aspects of the of soft power in its initial definition. I think it resonated pretty well with what Alice said about the imbalance in some of the university exchanges between India and Britain. I feel we also have a lot of food for thought regarding the importance of non-state actors in all three discussions, and more generally the question of the collaboration and interaction between the Commonwealth educational networks, educational organisations, and Commonwealth governments. And I think concluding this panel on the question of online learning is also very interesting to think about the question of connection between, which is at the heart of all these issues about higher education. So I already see that we have already some questions in the chat, so I'm going to start with them. So just trying to go back up. So Peter Williams is asking, so this is particularly addressed to Brendan Harrison, if one of the purposes of the Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship Plan is to promote friendships and appreciation of other cultures, is the great increase in CSFP awards held on a distance learning basis, financial and other reasons, likely to be counterproductive? And Peter Williams adds, perhaps the presenters would like to share their thoughts about the future of academic mobility, staff and students, in an era when we can substitute online study and need to reduce air travel for environmental reasons. So any one of you can start. Brendan, maybe? Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. That's an interesting question from Peter, and it's relatively topical because we did a evaluation of our distance learning scholarship, which is one of the 6 scholarship programs or schemes that CSC in UK runs last year. And one of the questions was sort of around what's the durability of these networks and relationships compared to the ones where the scholars travel to the UK and study here. And what we found was that there is still an increase in kind of the relationships, and a particularly durable increase in the relationships and the frequency of contact between the DL scholars and other Commonwealth scholars and fellows and alumni. But for the UK-based networks and relationships, there was a substantial increase in the frequency of contact with academics at the university that they were studying, but it wasn't as durable or robust. Once you got to sort of the 10-year point, you got back to a state where the same frequency never had any contact with those types of people. And it was similarly soft for the professional and interpersonal or personal relationships for the DL scholars. And it's, that was partly to be expected, but it is something that we are conscious of and have been working to enhance. So I think one of the reasons why the contact with the other Commonwealth scholars and fellows was quite strong is because we have sort of engagement opportunities and networking opportunities that we give to all scholarship and fellowship recipients, where they can make these connections on sort of different platforms that we use, and sort of webinars and opportunities to sort of get to know each other. But it is a good point that it is a bit kind of counterintuitive or potentially counterproductive, but the primary reason why we have that distance learning program is accessibility. Most of the scholars that we have on the program applied for that, like they had opportunities to apply for the sort of mobility-based programs, but they chose that program because either they didn't want to study abroad, or they had family obligations, or most of them were still employed. About 85% of them were still working full-time during their studies. So as much as, I appreciate that there is that kind of question, it does happen, but it is softer, and I think more could be done to kind of improve it. But the final sort of point I'd leave on is that there were also sort of institutional relationships that program support, where the university providers in the UK often have a partner organization that they work with locally in sort of, many of them are in Africa, but also elsewhere. They're kind of specialized in the subject area of study. And so there is supporting that kind of institutional relationship through that program as well. But it's a good question.
Yes, Alice, I see that you're raising your hand. Go on.
Yeah, I would just like to make a few comments in relation to that question, since I've had the privilege being on the panel, partly with my historian hat on, but partly with my kind of day-to-day experience working in university and being in charge of exchange programs. So in terms of kind of the historical aspect, I've done quite a bit of work on various exchange programs, including, for example, European exchange programs from the 1940s and 50s. Now, the kind of assessment process in place at the time wasn't as rigorous as the type of thing that Brendan's been describing, but they did collect data on people who went on these exchanges, and they all emphasized at the time the importance of those personal contacts that, physically, and it wasn't just the kind of learning experiences or the exchange of knowledge, but it was the kind of personal relationships and the moments you spent with people, perhaps in their homes as well. So we can find evidence to argue in favor of the importance of this aspect of mobility going back over decades, if not further. And I wanted to say, in relation to what I do at the moment, working with exchanges, that there seems to be a move towards shorter periods of mobility as opposed to longer periods of mobility, I think partly for cost reasons. And I wonder whether this, like the environmental argument, it seems to me is a bit like the kind of idea of slow food or slow travel, or this idea of having very short intensive periods of mobility. I'm not sure that they're any less, any preferable in terms of carbon footprint. They're just more concentrated, and perhaps there's an argument for a form of kind of slow mobility where people go for a longer period. So yes, they might have a flight, but they'll have one flight, kind of at either end of the mobility. And I'm not sure. I'm not knowing enough about the carbon footprint involved. But final comment would be the impact of Brexit on the exchange programs that we've seen. I know, talking to students, that the really important thing about their experience on mobility is as well being in the country, the interaction with the culture, and also the institutional culture. And they go back with that kind of knowledge, which is important. And I suspect that the long-term impact of the UK withdrawal from Erasmus will be a lessening of those kind of contacts, and not just from British students traveling, but as fewer European students go to the UK because it's become unaffordable without Erasmus support. And so I wonder what the long-term impact on that will be in terms of kind of familiarity between the two cultures, of the various European cultures and the UK. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if you want to add anything on these issues. Otherwise, there was another question, which was, can India play any role in providing online education to Bahamas? So I don't know who it is addressed to. I'm assuming it's to Robert. So.
Yeah, I think generally online education is open. I mean, so people can, be of assistance or value or participate from anywhere. So I think I'm not really familiar with IGNU, so I'm not quite sure what the acronym stands for, but my answer generally would be yes. And on the previous question, I've studied in the UK and Canada and the United States, and I've been a Fulbright scholar and worked in Kazakhstan and Vietnam. And I think one of the things with respect to not going to those countries and seeing them firsthand is a significant issue in terms of the cross-cultural, cross-cultural dimensions that you miss. And in today's world, that still is very important. So I would be a fan of at least a blended approach, and the shorter, experience that Alice mentioned, I think is very, very important. On the last question about private education in the US in particular, I'm originally from Canada, but I live in the US now. Private education, because of cost, is really booming in the US. A lot of public schools are seeing reduced enrollments. And so I think there is a role for private education, mostly because education is very slow to change, public supported education. And in fact, I have to sign off here in a minute because we have a budget meeting and we have some difficulties with our budget because we haven't really changed much in the Cayman Islands over the last little while. But I do think you will see, in fact, there are 3 or 4 private education schools in the Cayman Islands. There's a medical and a veterinary school, which attracts a number of people. There's another college that's here, and another one's just been announced. So there are increasingly private schools that are opening up because there's a market niche for them.
Okay, I see that Paul says that he can say something about IGNOU, so we're listening to you, Paul. I think your mic is off, so I can't really hear you.
Oh, there we are. Okay, Robert,
Thank you.
I was gonna say just before Robert goes, but anyway, strangely enough, I was an education reporter when IGNU was set up, and I went to the sort of laying of the foundation stone. It's the Indira Gandhi National Open University of India, and I think you know, it started to reach out to tens of thousands of students between that college and higher education level, at a time when online education was very kind of new and still not so widely accepted. So the early 1990s. The great success story, of course, was the British Open University, which started in '68 and took off, but never quite penetrated as widely. But I was going to say to you, Robert, before we go, I mean, surely a Commonwealth Open University is just a brilliant idea waiting to take off. I mean, you know, there's all these skillful and well-developed universities which Brendan has been describing in the membership. 500 universities could collaborate. I mean, you know, he's going to tell me it's already been done, but they could collaborate and just make sort of fantastic resources available to reach all these smaller communities, these island communities who can't necessarily have all the kind of subject ranges covered, and yet people deserve to be able to study them if they really want to. I mean, I think it would be a kind of terrific idea and not at all expensive. MIT, as we know, make their courses available for free. I've never quite understood why, but it's a fantastic amount, a fantastic gift. So I think there's a lot of potential in that question.
Thank you. Thank you for these details. Another question was, how does Bahamas leverage the expertise of the regional university, the University of West Indies, in addition to that, of the Commonwealth of Learning? So again, I guess this is a question for Robert.
I think Robert's gone.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I can't see him anymore. So, well,
He had to go to his budget meeting.
yeah, well, that's fine. We're going to just okay, there's another question. The experiment with a hybrid Commonwealth Minister of Education conference in Nairobi in 2022, because of COVID, was not altogether successful. Should we allow ministers to attend these conferences online, so not visiting the host country or committing themselves in quite such a continuous and wholehearted way to conference business, or should we resist this? This is addressed to everyone.
I mean, I would suggest that that is probably something that should be resisted, probably just because the amount of contact between ministers that would happen in person and the types of discussions that could be had would be much stronger than kind of limited, fixed timed discussions online. You know, it might be that in the future where that type of hybrid conference happen again, some of the kinks may have been worked out and they would be better able to kind of run such a conference. But my personal take on that would be it'd be better to maintain it as an in-person, notwithstanding the environmental and carbon questions that would be associated.
Okay, so I have a question from Melanie. This is more a question for Alice. Have you found much discussion of consensus building in the reports and more generally archives that you have studied? Brendan emphasized this idea of consensus at the heart of soft power, and I wondered whether it resonates with the officials and scholars you were talking about.
So perhaps to start with, I was thinking when Brendan was giving that very useful analysis of what soft power was, how it was defined originally, and kind of the way it's been adapted, is that a lot of the kind of more contemporary definition of soft power would seem to overlap with what the British Council might call international cultural relations. So this idea of a more kind of balanced, reciprocal, collaborative relation, and the kind of multiplication of different terms is perhaps sometimes more of a hindrance than a help. And as I understand it, in the notion of soft power, it allows us perhaps to draw attention to the fact that one of the parties involved is seeking a certain outcome or result from this relationship, whereas perhaps these more kind of collaborative forms of relationship that maybe might be described by something along the lines of international cultural relations seeks to put more emphasis on kind of mutual benefit. So I think we have a problem with terminology, specifically in relation to what I've been looking at. When we're looking at, for example, university relations with Indian universities or with other universities in the Commonwealth in this period, there is very much, my impression is the lack of idea of a kind of more collaborative and balanced relationship. And it does seem to be very much about the UK positioning itself as possessing certain skills and knowledge and expertise, and considering that it is offering these to a partner which lacks those. And so there doesn't seem to be much emphasis of this idea of a kind of more collaborative relationship. Although it does touch on discussions between individuals, that individuals have relationships of perhaps of that nature, but those are often kind of off the record conversations that wouldn't leave a trace. However, if you shift the focus to other parts of the world, and if you look at similar efforts in Europe, then we do find more evidence of that kind of approach. So I think there is still in the early kind of period that I was looking at, so kind of early post-war period, there is still very much in the minds of a lot of people involved in these programs, in the idea of a kind of hierarchy of cultures and a kind of the colonial perception of cultural relations is still very much present, I think, in the way they conceive of these relationships. And that doesn't start to change, I think, until you move on to the 60s and the 70s. So I haven't worked on those periods enough. So I don't know if that's a helpful answer, but it's what comes to mind.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll still have about 5 to 10 minutes left for questions before the break, so feel free to drop any question. I kind of wanted to go back on, because I think, so yes, Alice, you mentioned that you also work on European educational networks, and I was kind of wondering more generally, what were the interactions between Commonwealth education organizations, Commonwealth educational networks, and other international or multilateral education programs? I'm thinking about the European ones in particular, but it can be anything else. Just, yeah, generally, what kind of relations, or in which kind of framework, taking into account this global network of cultural organizations, where the Commonwealth educational networks managed to find their place?
In the period I'm looking at, which is like the late 1940s and 1950s, this is very much the beginnings of the kind of structuring a lot of these relationships. So I can't really think any instances where there is collaboration between, say, European bodies and Commonwealth bodies as such, because in relation to, for example, the European organizations, it begins very much with bilateral agreements between individual countries. And then the settings up of what becomes the European University Association. I've forgotten the name it has originally, but that takes quite a long time. I did, for instance, speak to someone who was the head of the NUS in the 60s and worked a lot kind of European, like collaboration between different student unions across the world, and asked him a little bit about this, but there didn't really seem to be much emphasis on kind of joining the dots at all in that sense. As I think it's mainly because of the period I'm looking at. I think it's perhaps a little bit early. What you do find still at that time is it's more in a kind of colonial perspective, where you have colonial powers collaborating to some extent, say in Africa. So there is a kind of European dimension here as well, because it's related to European construction and the idea of a Euro-Africa and so on. So there is an overlap in that period of kind of the late 1940s, but it never really kind of takes off, I think, in kind of the questions we've been looking at, more kind of education and training. But so there's kind of bits and pieces, but they never really get joined together into anything very coherent.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you. Another question from Melanie, which is, could Brandon say more about how the perpetuation of links with host universities and countries is assessed, and has it evolved?
Yep. So certainly within the context of the work that I do, the definition or the metrics by which we measure these links is quite broad. And first and foremost, we sort of look at frequency of contact between alumni and these different groups of people after the end of their award, both how frequently they do it, and then we follow up with them every 2 years over a 10-year period initially. And so we look and see if there's any kind of change in that frequency over time. So that at least gives a sense as to a bit of the robustness and durability of those relationships. Now, we also look at sort of different types of collaborations that they get involved in. A lot of that has to do with, is oriented towards research. We have 2 programs that are focused on doctoral studies, and a number of the master's recipients go on to do further research. So there's a good deal of data points that we have around kind of further academic research collaborations, grant applications, sort of joint publications across universities, or sort of international publications that they're involved in. And then there's also what I've kind of called applied collaboration. So one of the reasons why we choose the scholars that we do, and one of the things that we encourage them to do after they complete their studies, is to sort of engage in sustainable development issues. So a number of them go on to collaborate in sort of these, like I said, applied collaborations where they're working on the ground, and there's no real subject requirements as long as they're able to show that they have a development aspect to it. So a lot of them do health work, a lot of them do education work, but a number of them, anything that falls under sustainable development kind of qualify for that. So we collect more free text oriented questions related to those types of collaborations. And it's sort of one of the trickier parts of my job, is to kind of measure these things in a meaningful way when the actual collaborations can be quite varied. But the question is that we initially put to them is basically, what collaborations have you done with these networks? And I think at least 40% of them thereabouts tend to give a response for something they've done in the last 2 years. So I don't know if that's a good answer or it's an answer, but it's an interesting question. Like I said, it's one that I kind of have to work through as part of my job.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this answer. There's one final question. Maybe we have like 1 minute to answer it, which is again for you, Brendan, I think, about how the ACU relates to Francophone universities, especially in Cameroon, or Lusophone ones in Mozambique, if there are similarities, and if language and heritage is a problem in redefining or defining soft power.
So that's an interesting question too. I think language can be bit of a barrier or problem, but we have people that speak those languages in the organization, and we try and make sure to include people from those sort of linguistic backgrounds as much as possible. I think, when soft power is talked about in some contexts, shared language is often talked about as a part of soft power, but I would make the case that it's not part of it, but it's maybe a enabler. It's much easier to build these relationships with people that you have a shared language with, but I would say that this is an example of sort of the value of multilingualism, in that it allows you to build and sustain these relationships across sort of what primary languages are spoken in each country. So I think language and heritage are two different questions. I think, like I said, language can be a tricky thing, but it can be overcome quite easily. Heritage is a separate question, and I think that kind of touches on the issue of kind of shared institutions or shared legal systems it's talked about earlier. And again, I would argue that those aren't inherently needed in order for these types of relationships or this type of soft power to exist or to be created, but are merely kind of potential enabling factors. I don't think they necessarily restrict the opportunity for that to happen, but that's an interesting question.
Could I just add something to that, just very briefly, which is a question again, I'm afraid it's not really an answer, but I wonder, has anybody kind of mapped mobility, or whether people tend to circulate in a kind of an Anglophone sphere or a Francophone sphere, or to what degree there are overlaps? And it would be interesting if there was data following individuals to see to what extent, once you kind of get sucked into a certain space or network, it's easy to kind of jump into other ones. So I don't know if that kind of data exists. Has anybody done that type of research? But if it does exist, it would be really fascinating.
Thank you. Well, thank you all very, very much. Thank you to our panelists, of course, but also to all of you for your questions. We're going to have to stop here, and I just want to conclude on Peter Williams' remark in the chat, in which he says, the Commonwealth will only survive if we create and sustain networks and collaborative relationships. It will not survive by focusing on achieving goals. This is a challenge to us, particularly in the education sector, which has a key role in developing networks and intercultural understanding and sympathies. So on these very interesting words, we're going to end this session now.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone, to the conference, and I'm delighted to be chairing this third panel and last panel of the day on the politics of rights and justice in the contemporary Commonwealth. We have at the moment with us two of our three speakers for the panel. Virginie Roiron, who's senior lecturer at Sciences Po Strasbourg, Caroline Braun, who lectures at the Anglo-American University School of Law in Prague, and our last colleague from the University of Johannesburg, Dr. Teller, hasn't for the moment been able to connect. We think he might be quite possibly affected by sort of load shedding in South Africa. I'll keep an eye on the waiting room and bring him in if he manages to connect, which I very much hope. But so I think this final session will also be a way for us to return to some of the very important issues that were mentioned, that were discussed earlier on today, and particularly the importance of thinking or rethinking colonial and imperial legacies for the contemporary network when envisaging issues of soft power, be it the soft power that the Commonwealth itself may have, or the ways in which the Commonwealth can be a means of soft power for some of its member states, and sort of think about the various ways in which the member states relate to the concept and to the possibilities and challenges. And so to talk about all of this, I'm first of all very pleased to introduce Virginie Roiron, who's Senior Lecturer in British and Commonwealth History at Sciences Po Strasbourg. She's published on the history of Zimbabwe's independence and on the role of the Commonwealth in Britain's contemporary international relations and diplomacy. And so this afternoon, Virginie will be discussing the sort of division of labour that perhaps exists between the interstate and the non-state Commonwealth as a way of bolstering the Commonwealth's soft power. So Virginie, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me? Right.
Yes, perfect.
So thank you. Right, so well, 10 years ago, so the head of the Commonwealth, Queen Elizabeth, officially signed the Charter of the Commonwealth, and the Charter was a symbolic document, was symbolic for many reasons, one of which is the fact that it was signed exactly 10 years after the outbreak of a long simmering crisis over the implementation of Commonwealth principles, with Robert Mugabe storming his country, Zimbabwe, out of the organization in 2003. The Charter was supposed to assuage the divergence of views among member states over the interpretations of the Commonwealth principles. Nonetheless, no sooner was the Commonwealth Charter signed that the CHOGM was held in Sri Lanka in 2013, raising a wave of criticisms regarding the authoritarian and poor human rights record of the regime then in power. 10 years after, almost 10 years after, in 2022, the CHOGM was held in yet another quite controversial venue, Rwanda. But this time, criticism over Paul Kagame's government's commitment to the values and principles of the Commonwealth was not as vocal and publicized as it was in 2013, particularly among Commonwealth member states. On top of that, at Kigali, the Commonwealth agreed to accept Gabon and Togo as members, while it's more than doubtful that these two countries, as we said this morning, actually respect the criteria for Commonwealth membership. Sorry, I can't scroll down my PowerPoint, which is a bit okay. So these are the criteria for membership, and particularly the provision according to which an applicant country must demonstrate commitment to democracy, democratic processes, free and fair elections, etc., etc. Sorry, I have an issue with that. Anyway, so this raises the question of whether the Charter has failed to deliver. And in these circumstances, how can the Commonwealth wield soft power if its members even do not live up to its principles? And another question is it really still part of the Commonwealth's objective to wield soft power in this field? So in this paper, we'll try to give a few leads to understand why, in spite of these poor results, the Commonwealth has managed to resist, to a certain point, full discredit, and has also managed so far to overcome a contradiction which would have condemned many other international organizations to complete irrelevance. Despite appearances, the Commonwealth organization has not forfeited its commitment to promoting human rights and democracy, or even its soft power in this field. And I will contend that it has managed to do so by operating a division of labor between the intergovernmental Commonwealth and the informal Commonwealth that actually reflects and, to some extent, tries to reconcile the dual and sometimes contradictory dimensions of its original identity. So first, we have to admit that following the Harare Declaration, the implementation of the principles of the Commonwealth of democracy and human rights was considered as being mainly the affair of the intergovernmental Commonwealth. So it was the context also which was conducive to this, the Washington Consensus, the process of democratic transitions in Africa, the introduction of value-based foreign interventions, etc. So the main tools for the implementation of the principles of democracy and human rights has been the CMAG, so Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group. We talked about that this morning. What I would like to say about the CMAG is that its contribution to upholding the values of the Commonwealth has been very poor in the last 10 years. And many people criticized the relatively opaque good offices role the Commonwealth Secretary General plays in the CMAG, which is criticized for providing a kind of smoke screen to prevent the public exposure of failing members. So the Commonwealth Secretariat, well, these were the recommendations of the CMAG regarding the missions of the EPGs, regarding the missions and the enlargements of the mission of the CMAG, translated in the charter, which and the EPG and the charter recommended an enlargement of the missions of CMAG, which obviously has not happened. So the CMAG has not gone as far as tackling issues of gross violation of human rights, limitations of the rights and repression of sexual minorities, for example, or violation of fundamental freedom, to cite but a few. So regarding more specifically the question of the official Commonwealth soft power in this field, it's interesting to have a look at the evolution of the Commonwealth Secretariat's strategic plans since the adoption of the Charter. So, so in the first strategic plan after the Charter, the strategic the notion of soft power was defined as follows. The Commonwealth focuses its soft power in several areas, including peace building and democracy, respect and understanding of the rule of law and constitutionalism and human rights. It is clear in this excerpt that the promotion of democracy and human rights was considered as one of the pillars of the Commonwealth soft power, an area in which the Commonwealth could actually make a difference. If we have a look at the second plan, so the plan which was devised for the period 2017 to 2021, it's slightly different. I quote, its values, so the Commonwealth's values of democracy, development, diversity, bind its members together and provide a common ground to help each other. We shall continue to use our soft power to influence the external environment and emerge as a global force for good, unquote. So here the notion of soft power is still mentioned, but not with reference to the promotion of democracy, which is just referred to as a principle that binds the Commonwealth members together. And the reference to human rights in this specific aspect of soft power has disappeared. So the exercise of the Commonwealth soft power in this strategic plan is far less specific as to its scope and to the point of being almost meaningless. And I had a look at the last strategic plan where the expression soft power was not even mentioned. So, of course, these are just words, but words are important and symbolic too. Does that really mean that the Commonwealth Secretariat, that is to say the coordinating body of the intergovernmental Commonwealth, has forfeited any ambition to wield soft power in the field of democracy and human rights? At least this calls for reflection. So what was really the point of reasserting those principles in yet another official document in 2013? So the Charter records in its preamble that the Commonwealth is an association of sovereign states. So the intergovernmental Commonwealth remains the heart of the organization, even if the charter starts with "we the people." After all, the UN Charter also starts with "we the people," and it's very much an interstate organization. So this was not really meaningful. But in the case of the Commonwealth, this has a specific characteristics. So the recognition of the people, and more precisely, the recognition of the role of the civil society in the organization, does not come out of the blue. It's the official recognition of the importance of a dimension that has always been part of the definition of the Commonwealth. So to understand this, just very quickly, the foundation, well, was the first a charity, then intergovernmental organization, but which was supposed to support the network of intangible transnational links through first professional associations and later NGOs, and in order to uphold the Commonwealth. And so this, so the foundation was created at the same time as the Secretariat in 1965, with a view to keeping the peoples of the former empire gathered by pre-existing cultural and professional links beyond the separation or hard borders, I would say, implied by the process of decolonization and access to state sovereignty. And so I did some quotes, but I think I don't have time to comment on them, but at least the second one I found quite interesting. I quote, it's from the chairman of the Royal Commonwealth Society to the Commonwealth Secretary of State for Commonwealth Relations, the UK. I quote, "In general, it was felt that at this time when the members of the Commonwealth, while recognizing the value of their special connections, are also concerned to establish and demonstrate their political independence, it is particularly appropriate to concentrate on functional non-governmental links." So that means that at the time there was already an issue with trying to this notion of sovereignty and the insuperable dimension of it, which stemmed from the history of the Commonwealth as an association which guaranteed to some extent equality of status and the autonomy of each government, each member state. So from the outset, the centrifugal force of access to state sovereignty was counterbalanced by the centripetal force of the maintenance of links between the peoples of the former empire. So to some extent, we may consider that the Charter officialized the need to find a balance between the two after the years of crisis triggered by the refusal by many Commonwealth states to be imposed norms defining their political regimes. So the Charter reads in its 16th article, I quote, "We recognize the important role that civil society plays in our communities and countries as partners in promoting and supporting Commonwealth values and principles, including the freedom of association and peaceful assembly, and in achieving development goals." So the civil society here is first and, well, seen under a utilitarian angle, but still, it's given a kind of official mission, which was absent from the previous declaration, Harare Declaration, and absent from the Millbrook Commonwealth Action Programme, which created the CMA. It was devolved some powers to uphold the Commonwealth values, and officially so, its values, its programme, and also its relevance in international relations. So the foundation has had a particular role in this evolution, this empowerment of civil society in the last 10 years. The first strategic plan after the EPG aimed at enhancing the role and capacity of civil society organizations for a more effective, collaborative, and accountable governance of the Commonwealth. So the foundation's ambition in this first plan was to shift the action of civil society organizations from the margins where they operated to the center of international decision-making and governance. And in the last 10 years, the visibility of the civil society in Commonwealth official cycles has been considerably enhanced. I have a few examples, though I don't think I have time to develop them all, but particularly all the forums which gather during CHOGMs. So they were established in 1997, but it's only since the Malta CHOGM of 2015 that they feature on the same program as CHOGMs, which is quite symbolic. Before they had their own separate programs. Now they are in the same program, so they are part of CHOGMs, which means that CHOGM might want to change its acronym or its name, because it's the executive sessions and the retreat of the heads of government, so the meeting of heads of government itself just last 2 days out of the whole week of events. So this is on the slide you see the way the Kigali CHOGM referred to the Commonwealth Week and to the CHOGM Week, which includes the forums and civil society events. Another example of already existing devices that were made more efficient were the Foreign Ministers Roundtable with the civil society or associated organizations, which existed before, but as the former Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation, Vijay Krishnarayan, said in 2013, during the controversial CHOGM in Sri Lanka, under the impulse of the foundation, this device was given more momentum with stronger coordination between the Commonwealth People's Forum and the civil society representatives, who attended these roundtables, which thus made dialogue much more fruitful and more efficient. And of course, the People's Forum thus participated to setting the agenda of these roundtables. Commonwealth civil society is also regularly invited to participate to the regular pan-Commonwealth ministerial meetings, though not systematically. And they also have proposed courses of action. One example, well, I could have found others, but this one was particularly interesting, was the Commonwealth Principles on Freedom of Expression, the role of the media in good governance, which was proposed for consideration by a working group made up of 6 Commonwealth accredited organizations, and which was considered by the law ministers during their meetings in November 2022. COVID and the postponement of the Kigali CHOGM for 2 years opened also new opportunities for civil society's organization. And in 2020, the foundation launched the Critical Conversations online event series with the objective to bring people from the Commonwealth family to discuss what holds them together and what the Commonwealth means to them. So the series covered a wide range of topics, but the foundation admitted, I quote, that the central themes come back to the core values and principles of the Commonwealth, including democracy, human rights, participatory governance, and the rule of law. So as many subjects which were not really tackled by the heads of government, and the objective of the foundation in setting up these conversations, as explained in the introduction to the series on their website, was clear. It was to bring in better ideas and more powerful, diverse voices to hold ourselves and our governments to account. And this really resonates with what Justice Kirby said during his keynote lecture, the notion of holding governments to account. So from this, we could infer that when it comes to upholding the Commonwealth principles of human rights and democracy, to advocate for them, to exert soft power in this field. The informal Commonwealth has been empowered since the adoption of the Charter, and that at least if democracy is not implemented at state level, the Commonwealth itself might have developed more democratic practices. These critical conversations also showed how relevant the values and principles of the Commonwealth were to the people that who exchanged during these conversations. And they were central in the preparation of the Kigali People's Forum, and one of the final of the sessions was attended by the Secretary General, who was showed some excerpts from these critical conversations. So the publication of these conversations pointed out how potentially dangerous it would be for the intergovernmental Commonwealth to turn a complete deaf ear to these grassroots voices, translating the aspiration of the people of the Commonwealth. Civil society organizations are indeed exerting some soft pressure on governments. And as such, they are also contributing to exerting the Commonwealth's soft power in the field of democracy and human rights at a time when governments have kind of deserted the subject. So as concluding remarks, I would say that in spite of a changing international paradigm in which real politics seems to have restored the strict interpretation of the notion of sovereignty in international relations, as Paul underlined it this morning, the Commonwealth has still managed to adapt in order to minimize the effect that this could have on its values and principle. Of course, this might be disappointing for many people, but the specific nature of the Commonwealth as a dual organization has made it possible that the promotion of human rights and democracy in and by the Commonwealth, and the capacity of the Commonwealth to continue to wield soft power in this area, has not completely been forfeited. And the problem facing the Commonwealth now is to try and keep the balance between what I call the centrifugal force of legal state sovereignty and the centripetal force of the aspiration of peoples throughout the Commonwealth, whatever their national background. But this is an exercise in which the Commonwealth can boast some practice. I would say that it's even in the DNA of the Commonwealth, back to the time when it was an imperial organization which was guaranteeing the autonomy and later the sovereignty of each of its members, while keeping these members together in an association bound by a number of cultural or even political values. So there lies one of the specificities of the Commonwealth, and this is what has made the Commonwealth relevant, which also limits, we have to admit, the scope of its action, its institutional evolution, and the methods that it can use. So peer pressure, no constrained supranational structure like a human rights commissioner, for example, and yes, no possibility to impose values and principles on member states for fear of breaking the balance and breaking one of the tenets upon which the Commonwealth has relied. On the other hand, the strengthening of Commonwealth civil societies, the possibility to activate relatively powerful transnational networks, have made the Commonwealth into an organization that has the possibility and the potential of wielding some soft power without infringing on the sovereignty of its members. Of course, this is compromise again, but this division of labor between the state and non-state Commonwealth has been operated and accelerated since the EPG's report and the signature of the Charter. And this must not be overlooked when we try and assess the soft power capacity of the Commonwealth. It's not just the intergovernmental Commonwealth. And really to finish, I'm afraid, really, on a more pessimistic note, as we said this morning, that the admission of Togo and Gabon at such short notice and with so little regard for their democracy and human rights record has not sent a very positive signal in spite of the various complacent and self-satisfied reaction from Commonwealth governments. Indeed, if civil societies organizations are treated just as tools for, as Philip said, laundering the democratic and human rights related reputation of Commonwealth states, there is the risk of losing them and generating yet another imbalance that this time could really make the Commonwealth irrelevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Virginie, for this this really eloquent presentation, and I think we'll probably be returning to this issue of the latest admissions to the Commonwealth, perhaps in the Q&A. It was also very interesting to see your detailed analysis of the texts of the Commonwealth Secretariat that really emphasised some of the perhaps some of the trends that both Paul and Philip outlined this morning. One concept that I think also comes out very strongly in your presentation, and which you tied to the lecture that we had over lunch by Michael Kirby, is that of accountability. And I think it's extremely important. It's also something that was discussed in the context of international justice yesterday by Kingsley Abbott. And I think it also sort of links quite nicely and smoothly with Carol Ann's paper entitled Facing the Past in Order to Lead in the Future. How will addressing the Commonwealth's challenging past help to ensure its effective use of soft power in the future? So Carol Ann, our second speaker for this panel, is chair of the laws program at the Anglo-American University School of Law in Prague. She's also a US attorney, and she's working more particularly on remedies available through court cases, truth and reconciliation commissions, looking at the decolonization emergencies in Kenya, Cyprus, Malaya, as well as developments in Northern Ireland, and so looking at the past and their impact on our contemporary states and societies. So Carol Ann, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yes, you're right. I think that Virginia's presentation really leads nicely into what I want to discuss, because so much of what she was mentioning about democracy, the rule of law, human rights is exactly the type of soft power that I'm looking at with regard to countries being accountable to their own pasts. So just a minute and I will share my screen here. Let's see. I really appreciated our colleagues' discussion about the weather in the Cayman Islands earlier, because it's snowing here in Prague today, which I wasn't expecting. So it was, I'm ready for that kind of weather, nicer weather. Let's see. All right. Can you all see this okay? See my screen? For some reason, I can't see you. So
yeah, it's all good.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so as you've already introduced, is what I'm going to look at today is how addressing the Commonwealth's challenging past, and in many ways, more specifically, the individual countries within the Commonwealth and their individual pasts, how that can help to ensure the effective use of soft power in the future. And it's particularly interesting when we're looking both at the individual countries, but then at the Commonwealth as a whole, because of course we have the individual countries who need to address their pasts and how they need to, or how this can help them to use soft power, particularly when we're looking at human rights and the rule of law and good governance. But I think it's really interesting when we look at the Commonwealth as a whole, because we see individual countries who are, either addressing or not addressing their challenging past, even with respect to one another. Obviously, we see this with the UK and its former colonies, such as, Kenya, Malaya, Cyprus, and others. But I think that really has a very a big role in terms of how the Commonwealth presents itself to the outside world, and then how it's able to use soft power. Because if it still has that turmoil within, it's really hard to, to basically be a model, a role model with regard to these other principles that they're trying to espouse. So when countries are trying to organize soft power, they really need to situate and organize themselves in such a way that they can be a model to other countries. So if they've effectively established a society with a legal system, civil society, economic approach, etc., that others can see value in and consider replicating or following. But that's difficult and possibly, maybe even impossible to do if a country does have a problematic or sordid past that it has not fully addressed. So today I'm going to discuss kind of this first, and let's see, I'll go to my next slide. I'm going to discuss this first with, in terms of kind of some bigger examples that we're all probably quite familiar with. Countries such as the UK, I'll bring in the US as well, because it's always an interesting example to compare with, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa. So we're going to look at those countries that haven't that may have in different ways addressed their past. And then as well as some others who are basically trying to understand fully, maybe sometimes fully understand, but also seek redress for the past that they've suffered from. So we kind of have two different sides here in some ways. We've got countries that may have perpetuated human rights violations and things of that nature. And then we've got countries that may have been the recipient of that. Obviously recognizing that these are incredibly complex issues. So I'm not categorizing them and, here are the countries that have done bad and here are the countries that are victims. I'm not looking at it like that at all, but rather just kind of trying to look at them both from different angles. So let's see. And then the other way that I really want to focus in on this particular issue is looking at the migrated archives, or the Hanslope Park files, because I think that this really gives kind of a more pointed example of how this is playing out. And it's obviously something quite recent, the past 10 years or so, that has made a lot of headlines and has drawn a lot of attention. So it's kind of an interesting way to really focus in this discussion a little bit more. All right, so let's see. Oh, and then, yeah, the other kind of point in terms of what we're looking at is that a lot of times countries that are dealing with these difficult pasts often do have colonial pasts. They're either the colonizer or they're the colonized. This isn't always the case, but it certainly creates kind of an easy model, if you will, for us to look at how they're redressing their pasts. All right, so let's see. Before I move in here to talk a little bit about what different countries have done, kind of one important thing to consider is the different ways that the countries can address their pasts. So, I mean, in some ways they have three main ways that they can approach this. They can admit their past and they can attempt to remedy it. So it's really just embracing what they've done and trying to fix it in various ways. Of course, they can acknowledge the past and just move on, kind of, paint over it a little bit and say, yeah, that happened. It's not great, but let's just move on and not worry too much about it. And then, of course, they can deny it. And in theory, if they flat deny it, then it's important to try to disprove what they consider to be rumors or false claims against them. Obviously, that's generalizing a bit, but I think that we really do see those three main approaches. So here I wanted to give a couple of examples. And of course, these are just a few countries and basically one example from each. This could be an entire conference in and of itself, and certainly a panel. So I'm not even saying these are the most important examples, but rather just to kind of get us thinking about it and looking at this approach. So as you can see here, we've got Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, and then the US and UK. I started to organize these in terms of countries that have taken, positive steps, and then countries with less positive steps. But then the reality is it's much more complex than that. So I don't think it's even appropriate to start to categorize them. But rather, we're just going to look at what some of the countries have done. So in Canada here, we can see that recently they allocated 40 billion Canadian dollars to help to compensate Indigenous people who faced abuses as children in the residential schools. And then some of this money is also going to go towards the current child welfare system. And in a quote here, we have them saying, we have been unequivocal throughout these historic negotiations. We will compensate those harmed by the federal government's discriminatory funding practices, and we will lay the foundation for an equitable and better future for First Nations children, their families, and communities. So we see this effort in Canada, and I think it may be one of the best examples, but I don't know if I can say that fully, of attempts to remedy the past. And obviously it's not perfect. There's always going to be criticisms. There's going to be more that can be done, because any attempt to remedy the past cannot fix the past. And I think that's one of the most challenging things that we deal with in law, is this idea that any remedies we give, if we give money damages, anything that we do, it can't take away what was done. It can hopefully help a bit. It can act as an apology. It can act as just an attempt to help or to right the wrong, but it cannot fix the problem. It cannot take away the harm. And so no matter what we see countries doing, there's always going to be maybe a sense that it's not good enough. And that's because it is not good enough. We can't fix the problem. I suppose the only thing that would be good enough would be a time machine and changing history, which is not something we can do. One of the more interesting examples that I think we see here is New Zealand, in the sense of how they have implemented restorative justice, particularly with youth offenders in their legal system. And to me, this is interesting, not only because I'm interested in restorative justice, but because it's an attempt to bring in the Maori cultural practices and kind of the Maori heritage and implement into the legal system. So if we look back in New Zealand, we see these pre-colonial Maori concepts of justice being kind of sought after by, promoting responsibility and, using not just punishment, but using other alternative mechanisms, which may be, like I said, taking responsibility for the actions, attempting to rebuild the community rather than on just punishing the individual. So we see that these practices are now being taken and implemented into the New Zealand's legal system, when for a long time during with the British colonists first coming in, there was the sense that that doesn't work. We can't have a legal system based on talking things out and trying to work through it. We need a legal system based on, there's the crime and here's the punishment. And that's how it's going to be, that's how justice will be served effectively. But then as we're seeing, this change, we're seeing these practices are being restored. And to me, that's probably one of the most, or perhaps one of the most meaningful steps, especially, and I'm speaking completely as an outsider, of course, in this scenario, but it seems to be quite meaningful in the sense that it's not just trying to right the wrong, but it is actively changing, and it's actively embracing the culture and trying to move forward with that new approach. So it's rather than just saying, sorry, we did that, here's some money, but saying, let's reintegrate everybody in the community. Let's take, the good from both of our systems and let's move forward together. So it's a very interesting approach, I think. South Africa, of course, probably the most famous in the sense that after the fall of apartheid, they established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And one of the interesting things about this commission was that it was designed to seek truth, really no matter what, in theory, and then to grant amnesties when the truth was fully told. Obviously there were different limitations and there were different requirements that needed to be met in this, but this idea that knowing what happened in the past was so important that this idea of serving justice could be set aside to an extent in order for the community to move forward. So it's quite an interesting model there as well. I mentioned the US here, it's always interesting because we've recently had, Black Lives Matter and that movement, which was designed, at many things it was meant to accomplish, or not meant or designed, but that it hoped to accomplish, but much of which was looking at the past and acknowledging it, and not just saying, not painting over it, and not just saying, yes, it happened, move on, but really looking at what happened in the past and how that past is affecting our present day and the future as well. And we could see something similar with not a movement to that scale, but an approach with regard to the treatment of Native Americans, which may or may not have reached the level of being, genocide, or at least certainly some atrocious things were done. But then in the US, I mean, there's piecemeal approaches, but we don't see the same level of accountability, at least by the government, that we see in, Canada, New Zealand, and other places. But rather, it's more of a piecemeal effort to try to handle it, and often met with a lot of resistance. And then the UK is what I really want to focus on, kind of move us into this look at the migrated archives. And so I know that there's much, much more that I could say about each of these, but time is limited, so I'm going to keep it to that. All right. So again, in order for countries to manage their pasts or to address them, they have to have a clear picture of the past. And I think that's one of the most interesting things that came about with the migrated archives, but even before that, with the archives that were removed from the colonies and taken to the UK, this idea that the countries themselves haven't been able to get the clearest picture of their past, at least not from a documentation standpoint. Of course, there's memory, there's oral histories, and there's a lot of other things, but this idea that it is fully documented, there's been gaps, to say the least. So let's see, looking at the migrated archives specifically, it's a good way to really focus this discussion, not just because, it was potentially embarrassing for the UK, but also because it really brought the focus of this failure to, address the past, it brought it to light and brought it to the public in many ways. So we can see that it's not just something of the past, but it's still something that's ongoing today. All right, so to move into that a little bit more, I'm just going to give a really, really brief summary because I'm sure you're familiar with this process and what was going on here. But in the early days, whenever decolonization was occurring and countries were becoming independent, we see as systemic instructions to remove or destroy the archives during the government handover. And at the time, these were the papers that were removed or destroyed were those that might embarrass Her Majesty's government or other governments. They might embarrass members of the police, military forces, public servants, or others. They might compromise sources of intelligence, or they might be used unethically by ministers in the successor government. So this was done, quite extensively in the different colonies. And then, of course, they were moved to the UK. Many of them were just simply moved, but some of them were moved, a little bit more clandestinely or with, not necessarily a clear direction, or perhaps there was, but as we understand, or as we've been told, is that there was really this idea that whenever the archives are moved and they don't immediately get vetted and reviewed and then moved when the time was appropriate to the National Archives, but rather they were left in boxes. And supposedly it was disorganization, insufficient resources, kind of a lack of institutional memory that led to this failure to properly move them over. Let's see, then throughout, starting quite quickly after independence of these countries, we see requests being made by Kenya, for example, repeatedly for these documents to either see them or more specifically to have them returned. But there was some disagreement about the status of the archives, both the ones in Henslow Park, but others that were had been removed. And this kind of disagreement about who had control over them, where they needed to go, if they needed to stay in the UK, if they should go back, and how they needed to be addressed. Finally, just recently in the last decade, they were moved to the National Archives, and then they were made publicly available. There's obviously been criticism about this process and what happened and everything else. With some even saying that, and I quote, the UK government is effectively arguing that its rights as a colonial power trump the rights of, in this case, the Kenyan people, the people who the files are actually about. Then they go on to say this demonstrates the extent to which historical inequalities in power and knowledge continue to shape the world. Then, as with other appropriated resources such as the Benin bronzes and the Elgin marbles, the return of these archives would signify liberation, epistemic justice, and a reclamation of historical and cultural memory. So quite strong claims that the archives themselves, they're not just archives, but they are, of course, they're the past effectively. And they represent in many ways this idea that history and the wrongs that were done need to come to light, and they need to be owned effectively. So it's created quite an interesting situation. All right, then kind of moving into reactions to the migrated archives. I'm looking a little bit at Kenya, Cyprus, and Malaya here. And of course, these are just like little blips. This isn't a thorough look at how each of them reacted or what has come of it, but it's just some examples of what has followed up. So in Kenya, of course, we have the court case that actually led to, or was instrumental in the release of the archives. As a follow-up to that, there was a settlement. The UK paid, it was a multi-million-pound settlement. There was also an establishment of a memorial in Nairobi that was, as it says, it stands as a symbol of reconciliation between the British government, the Mau Mau, and all those who suffered during the emergency period. So it's interesting now we're starting to see these efforts of, or these steps, or lack thereof, as we may see, to address the past. So once these archives came to light, and we see these archives coming out of it, the documentation of human rights abuses, perhaps torture, and many other things that have happened during the emergencies. Then when they're released, we see the government maybe owning up to it, at least to some extent. More recently, another case was brought before the European Court of Human Rights, seeking compensation for land, seeking an apology, and seeking mutual respect, which I thought was really quite interesting that that's what they are, that's what they're looking for. And it's really a common theme that we start to see whenever countries or individuals are looking at, redressing the past, and it's what they want to get out of it. Of course, there's often claims for compensation, but we really see this desire for an apology or an acknowledgement of what happened. And then this idea of mutual respect. And I think that right there is really something, kind of brings us back to this discussion of the Commonwealth as a soft power, is that if we've got the countries within the Commonwealth having a level of mutual respect, even despite their pasts and the challenges that they had, especially, in the 1950s and before, and after, of course. But we see this idea that if they can come back together in mutual respect and work together and overcome this, then that becomes almost a force to be reckoned with in terms of promoting human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. So we really have two sides to the coin. I mean, if it lands where there's a lack of accountability for what's been done in the past, it makes it very difficult to utilize soft power. But on the other hand, if we do see these countries coming back together and acknowledging the past, working through it, and having that aspect of mutual respect, then, I mean, it's a force to be reckoned with in terms of it's hard for other countries to not see that as something to model or to something to try to accomplish as well. Then, of course, oh, wait, I wasn't quite done there. As we see in Cyprus, there was also a court case that was brought by the Aoka torture victims after the Kenya court case. There was a £1 million settlement there. But interestingly, one thing that's come out recently is a book called 14 Crimes of Empire. And obviously, we see many books that came out of the release of these archives. But this one we also see in Cyprus, that this call that the UK government needs to acknowledge its role in the fate of those who were killed during the emergency in Cyprus, and also saying that justice must be served, that an official apology to the families of these victims would be very important, even if it comes 65 years later. The families' wounds are still open. And I think that right there is really telling, in the sense that if we've got these wounds that are still open, again, it's hard to see these communities working together and these communities fully utilizing not just their own legal systems, civil societies, et cetera, but also that of the Commonwealth as a whole. So it really creates an interesting dynamic there. In Malaya, but the examples I chose here were kind of these renewed calls for an investigation into the Baton-Kali massacre, even though there have been multiple court case decisions saying, no, it's too late. No, it's, we're not going to follow into this. And then also kind of an academic reevaluation of the hearts and minds approach that was taken during the Malayan emergency. And this idea that it was, there were positive aspects of it, but really this renewed or this understanding that not all of it was so positive. I mean, as we knew, but I think with the what we see in the archives, this kind of reinforces that a little bit. All right, so then kind of wrapping up here, I think, so how do we address the past or challenging pasts? Obviously, there's many different ways. We've seen court cases, we see truth and reconciliation, memorials, and this idea of remembering, apologies, reparations, and then documentation, be it in books and articles, in artwork, even conferences. There's many different ways that we see that are possible to address the past. And of course, dealing with the past impacts the country's reputation, particularly in terms of promoting human rights, democracy, the rule of law. It's hard to lead others to follow these principles if you have a clear record of violating them in the recent or distant past, and it's clear that you're not addressing them fully in a way that respects human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So we kind of come full circle there. However, how a country handles its more unsavory past also impacts the country internally, as we just said. People like groups of people, individuals have long memories. So it's impossible for these groups to fully engage with the democratic processes and institutions in their country and the Commonwealth as a whole if these things haven't been dealt with to at least a minimally satisfactory degree. And in recognizing that we can't take away the past, we can't fully fix it, but taking the appropriate steps to redress it in some way. And again, oftentimes it's that that apology and that remembering and that level of respect is what tends to be a common theme among people that are looking at redressing these grievances. All right, then last but almost last but not least. So this we see these in the way that countries address the past, their impacts on soft power, its respectability, accountability, and this modeling change. And as Joseph Nye said, credibility is the scarcest resource when we're looking at soft power. So it's not just saying what have we done, because propaganda. He also said. The best propaganda is not propaganda. So it's not simply saying we stand for these things, but it's saying we stand for these things and we live it. And once you can do that, this idea of soft power, I think it increases exponentially. All right, and finally, again, coming full circle and back to Virginia's presentation, it's this idea that in order to address, or in order to lead in democracy, human rights, international peace and security, tolerance, respect and understanding, rule of law, good governance, and all of these values that the Commonwealth is trying to uphold and trying to promote, we've got to see them addressing their past as well in different ways, both within their own countries, of course, but also with their relationship with one another. All right, so that is what I've got to say today.
Thank you so much, Caroline. That was extremely interesting. I think it was good also. It was taking us in different directions from what we've looked at so far today. But as you put it yourself, so well at the end, with lots of echoes to the other paper. I've put in the chat to put your questions in the chat. However, having said that, because there's slightly fewer of us than there were this morning, if you'd rather ask the question directly, please let me know, raise your virtual hand, or and I'll hand over. I'll hand over to you. So I've I've got various questions, but I know that that Philip has one, so I'll turn to Philip and then to Sue.
Thank you very much, Melanie, and really two excellent presentations. And I really wanted to make a bit of a link between them with a sort of suggestion. I mean, the question of apology reparations is growing as a diplomatic issue for the British government in particular. And I think it's going to be particularly difficult for, you know, an incoming Labour government. The Conservatives can just dismiss it. I don't think a Starmer government can dismiss it, but I think it's going to be in a very difficult domestic political situation, because it would almost inevitably turn into a sort of cultural issue. So I wonder whether a way out of this, and sort of linking to what Virginie was talking about, was the Commonwealth doing more to encourage civil society, popular networks, links across the Commonwealth, maybe in terms of a standing committee on this, to encourage scholars and activists to talk together, to share documentation like the migrated archives, to try and sort of reach sort of common positions, maybe more in a sort of truth and reconciliation sort of manner than in terms of sort of straight reparations. And that maybe suggesting that this could be not just a way out of the dilemma, I think, for Britain in the future, but also for the Commonwealth itself, because civil society gatherings often seem to be rather tokenistic, certainly the ones on the edges of Choggams. Whereas this is an issue that really is a Commonwealth issue, and it's engaged the sort of the passions and imagination of young people. And so I wonder what you think about that, almost bypassing national governments and making this a focus of people-to-people relations in the Commonwealth.
I think it's a really interesting and probably, dare I say, a better idea than leaving it to the governments and leaving it to court cases. I think those have value, of course, or can have value, but I agree that it seems to be an issue that goes to, you know, almost the healing of society, rather than simply, well, here's the money that we owe to these people. Many of these people who are either very old or who've passed away. So, I mean, compensation and, you know, reparations are often meant to help the individuals that were harmed. And, you know, I'm not in any way, shape, or form downplaying giving reparations to people regardless of their age or giving them to their families. I think that is incredibly valuable. But at the same time, it loses a little bit of that intent, which is to make their lives whole again and to help, you know, move forward. Whereas I think that your idea of letting civil society work together to help to, you know, kind of heal these communities, I mean, I see a lot of value in it. And then you bypass, you know, this concern of governments that if we apologize, we're legally liable. And that's really problematic, because they go, well, if we say we're legally liable for that, then we're legally liable for that and that and that. And we don't have that much money to begin with, you know, not to mention, in theory, using that money that might go towards reparations for civil society and to, you know, to help promote, you know, either programs, institutions, et cetera, to help the communities. Seems like that might be a better use of limited resources as well.
Virginie, did you want to
Yes, indeed, that's a wonderful idea, I would say. But the issue with the Commonwealth really is that people tend to be so frustrated because of this, you know, state-centered heartbeat of the Commonwealth, which is so, well, the civil society is empowered, yes, but only to some extent, and a number of initiatives that are taken by the civil societies are not necessarily taken into account by the Intergovernmental Commonwealth, at least what really seems to matter, even if things are changing, of course. But you have at some point the Intergovernmental Commonwealth, which will have to take position on this, I think, because this is also something that has, to some extent, polluted the relations among Commonwealth states. When I know who mentioned that this morning, but when Commonwealth members accuse each other of neo-colonialism, each time one of them criticizes the other about the regime or the imposition of principles that are supposed to be Western principles, and etc. So this is something which has at some point to change even in the international community, and maybe the Commonwealth can provide some, because of its past, basically provide some example. But the problem is that at the moment, I don't think the governments will be very keen on doing that. And by the way, they have reconciled to some extent the members by not talking about divisive issues like these, like, well, democracy, human rights, but these are also issues. So yes, the civil society, they have been empowered. It can't be denied, but at some point you have to scale up things and to be really heard on the international scene, which is more and more, I would say, which is evolving into a less multilateral and more, well, with states really coming back in force, I would say. So that's also one of the limits. But of course, this is, I think, a wonderful idea, and it should be exploited. And this would certainly reflect very well on the Commonwealth to be able to at least try and tackle this issue from below, from the grassroots. That's what the Commonwealth is also about, I think.
Sue. Thank you very much indeed. Just following on from Philip's point about, transnational collaboration at both governmental level and also civil society level, there is, of course, the 10-point reparations commission plan in the Caribbean, which sets out very clearly in terms of redress, apology, and is very of a need for a developmental fund for indigenous communities that suffered genocide. As well as the abomination of slavery and its lasting impact on social trust and distrust for state institutions, which continue to corrode socioeconomic development and actually, really ground democratic governance in those communities well, lasting ill effect. So the examples are there. But Philip, you seem to be arguing that, in fact, that this should be a transnational movement across Commonwealth countries, rather than there is already a regional model for redress, and pressing British government to take this seriously. Was that your point?
Yeah, I mean, there's a movement that's been going in the Caribbean, and CARICOM have got involved in it, and there is the 10-point plan. I think it's probably of kind of it. Again, I think what will, as Caroline said, I think what will inhibit the British government is worrying about the broader precedents that following that would set. And some of the examples that Caroline has been looking at from elsewhere in the Commonwealth. And so I think that at some point, British governments have got to kind of bite the bullet of the sort of the Caribbean compensation claims. But I think it would be of assistance to start a broader dialogue across the Commonwealth at civil society level for the reasons that have been discussed. But yeah, that's it.
No, okay. And I certainly think that there would be traction. In fact, looking at it in a Commonwealth Plus approach, because after all, these are challenges confronting former European colonial powers. And that's why it's very attentive to what is happening in other jurisdictions and other formal apologies, other decisions, because of the cumulative process and pressures that this implies then on national governments. My question to Carol Ann is, and thank you very much for 2 wonderful papers, is about repressing history. You emphasized very much the importance of recognizing the past, present, of listening, of then of societal acknowledgement and engagement as a critical practice of restitutive justice. So that justice must not just be done, it must be seen to be done, was very much what I took away from your paper. But I'm also interested, I mean, the model that you suggested was that it should be seen to be done because addressing former colonial extreme violence. But of course, there are other instances of extreme violence across the Commonwealth which also compromise its efficacy. It could be said the extreme violence between East Pakistan and West Pakistan during the Bangladesh War of Independence, in which there were gross violations of human rights and mass killings, and these have not been acknowledged. Of course, in Sri Lanka, similarly, and because of the wide repercussions. In Nigeria, the fact that the Biafran War is suppressed from the history curriculum. Then, of course, then the issue of Rwanda, where the government will not acknowledge publicly that there were Hutu communities that also suffered in the genocide, in addition to the appalling loss of life among Tutsis. So this question of acknowledging and addressing and redressing history, there's also, of course, within the Commonwealth, the deliberate repression of history. So I wondered if you have any thoughts on whether the Commonwealth's soft power and in redress could in any way help to encourage, impel, stimulate civil society within the individual 4 countries that I mentioned to actually institute their own more honest engagement with their very troubled past.
I mean, I think I will say I'm not an expert on the different places that you've just mentioned, but getting the idea and moving with that. I mean, I would think yes. I think that we need to, most places do have troubled pasts. Even the example I gave with Kenya, I mean, the Mau Mau often committed, atrocious, crimes effectively. I mean, they did, it was not a good thing on either side in many situations. And so I think it's not just saying that maybe the British government, for example, needs to apologize for what happened, but rather looking at what has happened in history on both sides. So the examples you said, I think, encouraging that, encouraging kind of openness about the history is, certainly the first step forward. It's interesting, even it's stepping outside of the Commonwealth, but I'm here in the Czech Republic. I'm American, of course, but I've lived here for 10 years. So my family is Czech as well. Even their recent history with communism often is not fully taught, they're not open about it. You can find it, the archives are available. So if you speak Czech and you really want to dig and you know how to get through the bureaucracy, certainly it's there. But so many of these kids that we see coming through the educational system don't know everything that happened. And there's a little bit of a culture of, not silence, but not that willingness to really address some of the terrible things that were done, even not just by the government, but within families, and so on and so forth. And so I think that it does hinder society from moving forward in that regard. And you still see it here. You can see a lack of trust and a lack of community and things of that nature. And so I think that you might see the same thing in those different places, and based on those scenarios, is that society somehow is crippled a bit unless its past is fully dealt with. That, of course, then does open the doors for other problems, though. When you start bringing these things up, then there can be that sense of, well, we want justice. That's why in international law and human rights, we often have that question, do you pursue justice or do you pursue peace? And in theory, both can happen. In reality, Not necessarily, because we're all people. And in the end, that's what we're dealing with is individuals, both at the highest level and down at the basic community level. And we need to process that. And unfortunately, there's not a one size fits all, I think, in terms of how to adjust that or how to address that. But it seems like getting the history out in the open as much as we can is probably the first step, as painful as it might be in some scenarios. But that seems to be the main way that we can move forward. I don't know if that answers your question or.
No, thank you. I'm just very interested in your reflections on this very difficult topic, as you say, but it does need to be addressed. So, a historian, but thank you.
Virginie, I think you had your.
Yes, it's just to make a remark on Sue's question, which I found very stimulating, actually, regarding the Commonwealth and what happened. It's quite interesting to have a look. Indeed, you mentioned the Nigerian Civil War, and in 1969, when the Commonwealth Prime Ministers meeting met again after some years without meetings, because of mainly because of rose over the Rhodesian situation, the atmosphere was kind of less tense because of the Nigerian Civil War, and because Nigeria had refused to talk about it. And to some extent, the notion that you don't infringe on the sovereignty, on the internal affairs of each state, makes it quite, I think, quite difficult to address these questions in the intergovernmental Commonwealth. Even today, look at what happens in the Commonwealth managed to gather to try and redress a number of wrongs of colonization, like apartheid, like etc. But they were always external actors, external from the Commonwealth, even though they were supposed to be in the family, but they were external. Rhodesia was more or less external too. But when it comes to members of the Commonwealth, things happening among members of the Commonwealth, Kashmir, etc., this is never handled, and states are resisting it. And so indeed Philip's idea was very interesting in putting that to the civil society, so as to really have a fruitful dialogue, and which will not end up in stop neocolonialism. And but you know, Britain used the term too in the 1960s, in the Britain's complaints that the Commonwealth was being neo-colonial towards Britain. So that's really, well, it's endless, right? And so yes, you're perfectly right to mention this the problem indeed of repressing history in the Commonwealth.
Would anybody else like to come in or ask a question? Listening to Sue just a moment ago, I was also struck by I think a very important question you asked, which is how soft power plays out across various multilateral organizations. And we've not really, I suppose, sort of had time to address it today. But if you think about the region that several of you mentioned, the Caribbean, then the overlap with the Francophonie as you have in parts of Africa. I mean, I think that would be a really interesting set of dynamics to explore, and how it plays out as well with regional organizations where certainly in Africa, then the ex-colonial power is then not present. And I was wondering whether I could return with Virginie to the role or significance of the latest admission of Togo and Gabon in this respect, because, and it's also something that Philip mentioned this morning, so it might be a question for both Philip and Virginie, but I think you both gave the sense that being admitted to the Commonwealth for Togo and Gabon, and it was quite probably the case as well for Cameroon in '95, was a means of soft power, or was, you know, seen in terms of soft power. And I was wondering which constituencies you think that then have in mind, because it's actually raised a lot of questions for many sort of non-state organizations. It's also raised questions for governments, perhaps more outside the Commonwealth than in the Commonwealth. But where do you see Togo and Gabon being able to use the Commonwealth as a soft power in the current climate?
Yes, well, I can start if you like. Yes, I think it's this is a dimension which I completely erased from my paper, because otherwise it will have been too long. But definitely, I think at least for Gabon, Togo too. But I just inquire a bit more into Gabon's situation. The point was also to address domestic civil society, and particularly young people. And to some extent, there is a kind of it's an extroversion strategy, right? It's definitely to try and diversify alliances and show public opinion at home that, well, okay, you might not be very happy with the economic situations, etc. But the problem was because we were in this French world, which is quite the francophonie, etc., which is not efficient. Now we're going to move to a very much more efficient system, and which is the Commonwealth English-speaking space. So there is certainly a signal which was sent to public opinion inside in Gabon, the first thing. And second, when both Togo and Gabon, when they welcomed their admission to the Commonwealth, they only mentioned trade links, the economy, etc., etc. Never did they really mention, never did they mention democracy and human rights, and certainly they mentioned also grants and for students, scholarships, and they also mentioned for Togo they mentioned small state companies, but they did not mention any aspects of the civil society, so of the human rights and democracy. So so there's certainly a way of diverting criticism of the situation in Gabon or in Togo from the government to maybe the fact of belonging to a French world which is not really working. And this brings me to another remark: the fact that to some extent through the Commonwealth, well, the UK, I'm not saying this was conscious, but they kind of multilateralized their relation with their former colonies, whereas France has not managed to do that with the Francophonie, which was not the same kind of organization. And what is also interesting is to when I read Don McKinnon's memoirs, and also I reread before the panel Sue's interview of Don McKinnon, the former Secretary General. He said that he talked with Boutros Ghali at the time when Boutros Ghali was the Secretary General of Francophonie, and Boutros Ghali said, well, it's impossible in La Francophonie, if we had a CMAG, that France would not have a permanent seat. Whereas obviously it's possible in the Commonwealth. So I think there is also this multilateralization of Britain's link with the former empire through the Commonwealth, which is also a way of for Gabon and Togo to say we're shifting, we're just opening up to another world because of the opportunities we have. And there are also, of course, the power of attraction of Rwanda. In well, we can't deny it, Kigali Shogun, and the fact that Rwanda has managed to court, just as Uganda did it a few years ago, the Western powers to try and excuse criticism, and also has developed into an economic power to some extent, but at least an attractive one, which is also something which played in favor of the Commonwealth. Right, so I'm stopping here. I would have plenty of things to say, but
Thank you very much, Virginie. Bala, Chandra, I think you wanted to ask a question, and then Sue.
Okay, fine. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. First, the paper on intergovernmental Commonwealth and non-state Commonwealth. I have a feeling that the intergovernmental Commonwealth is much more stronger, and we need to consider intergovernmental Commonwealth not only in terms of the Commonwealth Secretariat or even Commonwealth Foundation, but also other intergovernmental organizations like CALL, Commonwealth of Learning, or the ones for ITO, the telecommunications organizations. These are the organizations in which the states directly put the money in. I have done some consultancy for the ITO, also studied the finances, so to speak, of Commonwealth of Learning. That's one organization. I've just, as we were talking, I looked at the contribution that different countries make differently, which is different from the way the Commonwealth Secretariat is funded. For example, according to the website, India has increased nearly by 25% its contribution to Commonwealth of Learning from 2021 to 2021. So in 1 year, that's the last for which the details are available. So we need to see the intergovernmental Commonwealth as a differentiated body rather than limited to only Commonwealth Secretariat, number one. Number two, in terms of the non-governmental Commonwealth or civil society, I served as a member of the Civil Society Advisory Committee for Commonwealth Foundation for 4 years. And one of the things we noticed in that is that that has a bit more flexibility in terms of its membership. For example, at that time, Gibraltar was a member of Commonwealth Foundation, whereas it cannot be a member of the Commonwealth Secretariat because it's not a state in the formal sense of the term. So what we find is that there is a certain overlap between these two, and therefore to see civil society organizations, again, they are very differentiated. Their history goes back to professional associations during the empire. For example, Commonwealth Dentists Association, Commonwealth, there is professional associations which all come under the umbrella of Commonwealth Civil Society Organization. So I think even and the new ones which are coming with the emphasis on human rights, etc., are also there. So there again, it is quite differentiated in terms, or quite varied, and therefore, again, I find that here we are talking about. I like the expression you used about the centripetal and centrifugal combination. So in this one, instead of just one entity, we need to look at a multiplicity of entities within these two broad categories. I agree with you that there is this particular, in some ways, a creative tension between the two, and that is the strength of the Commonwealth, but also its weakness. And coming to the other paper about the about reparations, and Philip's intervention and very useful suggestion about shifting the focus to civil society organizations, or in some ways in order to overcome some of the problems. My feeling is that probably something that might be useful, in terms, if you want to highlight, there are examples, Oxford Union debate on British colonialism in India, and Shashi Tharoor in winning that debate, so to speak, asking for 1 rupee as a recognition of what happened. So there are different ways in which these things were raised. And also we find that there are cases where a Commonwealth country is involved in the case with a non-Commonwealth country. For example, if you take the case of Namibia, the reparations or the justice to be done is to do with Germany rather than with another Commonwealth country. So putting all these things together, I attended COP27, the climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh. One of the areas in which all the countries were involved, were interested in, and that's the only one thing on which they agreed, is to establish a loss and damage fund for climate. So I was, and in the Caribbean again, and as we saw today, the climate damage is again very, very important. And then I also attended a webinar which was run a couple of days ago, in which the idea of Vanuatu taking common climate change issues as a human rights issue, and they are taking this is the an organization in Oxford University which organized this. So the idea of climate as a space for these debates is again gaining momentum. And Commonwealth Secretariat itself has done quite a bit of work on climate and small states, etc. So I was just wondering whether Commonwealth could take a more prominent role within itself and beyond itself in the question of loss and damage fund, and that way it could show leadership within itself, within the memberships, but also outside. So my feeling is that we could shift the conversation to climate, which again is not only historical but also continuing loss and damage issues. So there are some creative ideas coming through how it can be organized. And so maybe we could look at some of those things and revisit the historical aspects that you highlighted. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments and remarks on this. I'm very conscious of the time, and that Sue in particular.
Sorry, I was a bit longer. Sure.
Is still at Senate House. Sue, can I ask you to ask your questions, and then perhaps the panelists can respond to what they want, and we can wrap up the panel.
No, this is really more of a comment, because I think from the way the panelists have all addressed the complex issues of soft power over the course of today, just highlight the extent to which the Commonwealth continues to evolve as an institution and the multiple ways and fractures and tensions that exist within it. Picking up on Philip's point about, and one that Paul made about leadership, is of course what we're seeing with the shift, particularly towards a more Commonwealth Africa, especially with the chair in office of Africa, that there is a very conscious political decision that the Commonwealth should be more of a transactional benefit rather than actually relying on soft power. And you see that with Rwanda's emphasis on trade, and the statement by Paul Kagame that in no way would he tolerate external TSO or governmental interference into the issues of Rwanda. So I do see that while we're looking at soft power as it evolves over a decade, that it's certainly under considerable pressure, it could be said, with the inflection point that's come with the changing organization. So I just wanted to say that particular point.
So great. Well, thank you very much, Sue. And I think at this point, I'd like us all to thank again our two final panelists who've really provided us with excellent presentations, and to thank really everybody for today. And before I hand over to Sue for a few final words, I would also like to thank Sue very much for all her work and skills in organising, reorganising the timings of today, and the staff at the Institute of Commonwealth Studies for providing such brilliant and good humoured support. That really has been brilliant. But so yes, your few words this morning were cut short due to technical issues, Sue. So I'll hand over to you for the final words.
Okay, well, these are also going to be short words, and I'd like to thank all of the panelists for the fascinating presentations, which have been, as I said this morning, logically presented based on clear argumentation and substantiated, giving us the benefit of your expertise on soft power as a construct, as a concept in the national context, in bilateral relationships within and without the Commonwealth, and how you've engaged with the complexities of state and non-state actors, and the place of processes, how we track processes of declarations, and the absence of then any input, it could be said, and the uses and abuses of history. Like Bala, I was very taken with the centrifugal and centripetal forces of Virginie made, and Caroline too, that are at play in the Commonwealth, the tangible and the intangible. And of course, we've been discussing today the questions of prestige, reputation, credibility, respectability, mutual respect. Justice must be done and seen to be done. And this goes back then to Joseph Nye's point that he made back in 1990, and about the persuasive powers, that it should not be simply propaganda, but also David Howe, who himself emphasized the importance of credibility. So I'd just like to thank all of our panelists for this stock take on the legitimacy of the Commonwealth on the basis of soft power, and how you've helped us grapple with these complex issues. And I do feel that we are at a particular point of the Commonwealth in this post-Elizabethan age. And so we're going through another process of change. And that change is accelerating. And it's going to be interesting to see whether in 10 years' time, when it's the 20th anniversary of the Charter, if we will still be talking about soft power and the Commonwealth. So thank you very much indeed, everyone.